You have no choice.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. This is the regular meeting of the Flagler Beach City Commission, Thursday, February 23rd, 2023 at 5:30. To be continued until all items are complete. I'd like to call the meeting to order, and now I'd like to have a pledge of allegiance followed by a moment of silence to honor the veterans and members of the armed forces and first responders. And the pledge of allegiance will be led by our own Lee Richards, a veteran.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, Mayor, we have some proclamations and awards today.
Good evening. If you ladies could come up from the Victims Advocates Group. You guys can stand here if you want. It's more better. This is a proclamation for Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month. Whereas the City of Flagler Beach is committed to the well-being and protection of our youth, the safety of our communities, and to fostering a society based upon mutual respect for one another, with zero tolerance for any forms of victimization and abuse. And whereas teen dating violence is a serious crime that can involve physical, sexual, verbal, emotional, economic, or other abusive behavior, including harassment and cyberbullying via texting, emailing, instant messaging, or posting on social media. And whereas women who are 16 to 24 years of age are more vulnerable to intimate partner violence, experiencing abuse at a rate of nearly triple the national average. And whereas 1 in 3 adolescents in the United States is a victim of physical, emotional, or verbal abuse from a dating partner, a figure that far exceeds rates of other types of youth violence. 1 in 10 high school students has been purposefully hit, slapped, or physically harmed by a boyfriend or a girlfriend. 1 in 10 teens reported sexual victimization from a dating partner, and 1 in 4 teens in a relationship report their boyfriend or girlfriend is isolating them from all of their friends and family. Whereas young people who have been victimized by an abusive dating partner can experience serious negative effects to their physical and emotional health, and are more likely to be depressed, develop low self-esteem, perform poorly in school, engage in risky behaviors such as drug and alcohol use, and contemplate or attempt suicide. And whereas dating violence affects teens across all races, genders, religions, nationalities, sexual orientations, and socioeconomic statutes, it is disproportionately affects lesbian, gay, bisexual youth who experience rates of intimate partner violence that are almost twice as high as the rates for heterosexual youth. The transgender youth report even higher rates of victimization and dating violence than their heterosexual partner peers. And whereas parents and guardians of victims of dating abuse are often unaware of the problem, studies show that only 33% of teens in an abusive relationship ever told anyone about the behavior, and 81% of parents respond either that a teen dating abuse is not an issue or that they did not know that it was an issue. And whereas the Flagler County Advocates Alliance, comprised of the Flagler County Sheriff's Office Victims Advocates, Flagler Beach Police Department Victims Advocates, the State Attorney's Victims Advocates, 7th Judicial Circuit Flagler, and the Family Life Center are working together to increase public understanding of this problem and mobilize community efforts to end dating violence. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the City of Flagler Beach Commissioners that we declare February 2023 as National Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month in Flagler Beach. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kelsey Garcia. I'm the youth advocate over at Family Life Center. Ooh, I feel so small behind here. My team and I come before you to bring and spread awareness of teen dating violence. We can all agree that relationships are not perfect and there will be disagreements, and that's normal because we are all human. However, the problem occurs when society tries to normalize abuse. Physical, emotional, verbal, and sexual are just a few ways a person can be abused. This February, we as a community will raise awareness and bring attention to this matter because there is healthy ways for couples to disagree. And in the same matter, let others know that they are not alone and they are able to use their voice and be heard. I have a short poem that I would like to share with you guys. It's written by a 16-year-old girl who was abused and tried to tell her mother. I tried to tell you, now it's too late. I sit here waiting at heaven's gate. He abused me, Mom. You never seemed to care. Now I lie in a black coffin full of despair. How many times did you hear me cry? Did you ever think it gets so bad I die? I'm an angel now with long white wings, flying higher each day, no longer feeling his stings. I'll watch over you, Mom. Do what you didn't do for me. You pretended not to hear. You pretended not to see. Now you wait at heaven's gate just as I once did. You have now come to realize the pain I once hid. Thank you.
Wow. Oh, perfect. Thank you.
We're supposed to smile after that poem?
I know, it's kind of tough to smile after that.
And I'm going to email this to Candy and she can forward it on.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks for what you do.
Thank you.
That was great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's a heck of a way to start off a meeting.
Okay, that's all you have, Mayor? Okay, we're going to move into deletions and changes to the agenda. And the clerk has asked that we remove number 6. I'm sorry, yeah, because it's not ready. I'd also like to add number 20 so that we can get that out of the way as well. So I'd like to move that to number 10.
All commission comments?
I'm sorry?
No, he's submitted, it was on the DS.
Oh, I thought it
That's
was
another
part
one.
of commission comments.
No, we can eliminate those too if you want. I'm just kidding. It's my last
So you want a
one.
new number?
Yes, the number is a new one.
And where do you want to put it?
We can put it as number 10.
Well, I know the city manager wants to move number 18 up.
I know I've got that. I have that one next to move up. Number 20 would only take like maybe 10 minutes, and Rob is here and he has to leave.
Oh,
So if you don't mind, I'd like to do that one. And then number 18 would be number 11.
All the way to the last thing in your packet. When he's adding an item to the
Yeah.
agenda, he's amending.
okay. like to move number 15 up.
Would you like to move 15 up?
I don't know if Ms. Rabich wants to stay through the whole meeting.
Okay, so we can move number 15 to number 12, which would be after
20,
18.
then 18, then 15. Whatever number.
20, 19, and then which one is Abel's?
20, 18, and 15.
15, okay.
So 15's after 11?
So it's going to go 20, 18, 15.
Yeah,
It would be 20, 18, 15, and then the old number 10.
right.
Okay.
And I got more.
Oh.
I think 11 and 12 need reversed. So 11 has changes in it that is 12. It wouldn't make any sense to approve 11, which has changes that is what 12 is.
So you want to switch 11 and 12?
Yeah, I think 12 needs to be before 11.
Okay.
And then the other suggestion I had is under 19, the fireworks discussion.
Yeah.
I think, I'm going to be honest with you, something this big should really be an agenda item. I don't know if this would go under just comments. I don't know how you all feel about that, but.
Well, why don't we start out? Yeah, it's her presentation.
Well, it is and it isn't. It's under staff reports, but I mean, I was thinking to post it an agenda.
Well, why
It's up to
don't
y'all.
we
can see
how
what it is
goes,
first.
and
Yeah.
You can always,
If it starts getting real deep, we can make it a upcoming agenda item or
Okay.
something.
yeah, that's what I was going to say.
I'm easy. This is my last one.
Second last one.
What order did you say to put the fireworks this way on?
Fireworks would be number,
It's going to stay, no, it's going to stay where it was.
kind of float to see how it goes.
And Chair, if you could, the item under clerk comments about the planner after, possibly 18.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So that, which number is that one?
That's
Well,
under,
you had 10, 18, then 10, 11, 12, 11.
So it's the, like if we did A, B, and C under your report, it would be B.
yes.
So that would be which one?
The planner position.
Planner position? Or we'll
And
make-
Penny, where do you want that?
Just after 18, just somewhere near that, after the variance item.
Okay.
Oh, all right.
Okay, what we're trying to do here is, we have some items that are kind of long, and there are a lot of folks here for some of these specific items. So rather than have you go through the entire meeting, we're trying to move some things up so that you can get out if you want. Okay, we're all straight, folks?
I think so. We count funny.
Okay, what we're going to do now is we're going to move it to public comment. This is regarding items that are not on the agenda. Citizens are encouraged to speak. However, comments should be limited to 3 minutes. A 30-minute allocation of time for public comment on this item that is not on the agenda. Each speaker has up to 3 minutes to address the chair and 1 opportunity to speak. No time can be allocated to other speakers. And something that we have is speaker cards over by the entrance of the door, so that if you have a question that you wanted to address the commission with, and we may not be able to answer it tonight, the city manager or the city attorney, we encourage you to fill out the card, put your contact information on it, and that way we can get to you at a later time. But I assure you that someone will get back to you on that particular item that you may have a question or concern on. So at this time, we'd like for you to please come forward for public comment, 3 minutes, and we need your name and address.
Captain Lance Blanchette, 204 South Flagler Avenue. Thank you for your time. I wish to speak to you briefly about the recent salary study conducted by the city and the distribution of funds allocated for the purpose of salary adjustments. As I am to understand, these monies have already been disseminated. I asked the commission to ask 2 questions about this study. 1, was the study complete? By complete, I mean, does it represent all city employees, full-time, part-time, and those positions that the city does not currently have, but have people currently doing them? 2, was the study accurate? By accurate, I mean, does it represent accurate time and grade, accurate rank, position, title, and consider the adjusted rank, position, or title for the position or job the employee is actually doing? If the answer to these, or either of these questions is no, was it right to distribute allocated monies based on information that is inaccurate, incomplete, or both? If the information was not complete or inaccurate and the monies were distributed, knowing this, we are steering the ship in a direction and by a method for which a man was fired for 2 weeks ago in this very forum. We as a society like to point the finger. We like to assign blame. This thing has been snowballing for many months now, is being driven and begins diving into rabbit holes to find fault is a waste of all of our time and will not correct the issue, as in the end, we can figure out who's ultimately to blame, and that problem is now gone. Or so I thought. This is not Liz Mathis's fault. She was acting on direction from her supervisor. She brought up many concerns of which I voiced today, yet they fell on deaf ears, pressured into a hasty decision, and interested in a quick, much-desired win. I know these things because I asked, and through tears was told the struggle she endured over the last several months in her futile efforts to slow the process and correct these wrongs. But every story needs a protagonist. Let me be that protagonist for all those who were not fairly compensated or compensated wrongly based upon bad information. To be fair, I only know the adjusted rates for 5 people from the entire city. And for Rob Smith, Lieutenant Morgan, and Jamie Zeal, as a fellow employee, I am embarrassed. And as your friend, my heart hurts for you for the injustice you have been served. The employees of this city are the city's highest valued asset. And over the course of months waiting for the outcome we have today, I have heard several department heads, to include my own, recognizing the wrongs that were taking place and the limited funding available to elected to voluntarily give up some, if not all, of their possible compensation to benefit their own subordinates. This in itself speaks volumes to their character and dedication to employees. They did this freely and willingly to try and offset the injustice which has now happened. I wish the city shared these ideals, as these people are the people that the city needs to retain. In my case, I refuse to take a single penny from the chief's compensation. As I will not take a dime the city feels I do not deserve and am not valued enough to receive. And the chief's recent adjustment for all that he does was an insult. Salary adjustments are associated with the employee's worth or value to the entity. And for all those who weren't properly compensated or not compensated at all, the city has been clear as to their worth based upon bad information. While I'm aggressively trying my best to find peace in this outcome, I will leave the employees left behind with this. The worth that has been placed on us by the city is vastly different than the worth placed on us by the community we serve. While that thought does not change the outcome, I hope it gives you a little peace. Ladies and gentlemen of the Commission, I leave this in your capable hands for investigation, for review, or more consideration. But in the end, know this: an injustice to a few of us is an injustice to all of us. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Teresa Boyd. I live at 1531 South Central Avenue here in Flagler Beach. And as of next week, I'm going to be under a boil water notice. I'm wondering if whoever chose to do the boil water notice next week realized that it's the beginning of Bike Week. We have 2 of our largest hotels. We have a number of vacation rentals. We have a couple restaurants who are going to be in a boil water notice during one of their busiest weeks of the year. Our businesses have gone through hurricanes. They've gone through horrible road construction. They've gone through a lot and have hung in there by their fingernails to stay here in Flagler Beach. I'm just wondering who in the world thought it was a good idea, with people coming in, and they're coming in Wednesday, Thursday, Friday for Bike Week, to make it so that, you know, they're paying $300 a night for a room where they get off that motorcycle and can't get a shower safely. This is a really bad idea. Somebody wasn't thinking, and maybe it's time to take a look at that. Thank you.
Sildy Gregorio, 602 South Central Avenue. Just want to let you know how good it is to have Karen Miller back in the CRA and having the CRA operating again. Not just because you guys approved something for me and it got done, but because as I walk around, I've seen some of the things that are happening. There's an awning that's beautiful now. Some pavers are going in. All the little tiny things that get done individually don't mean a whole bunch. But as a bigger group, the whole place looks better. And so it's nice to have somebody back in charge who's doing that. And keep in mind, too, it's essentially free money. Our taxes go into something. It's going to go someplace. We might as well get a part of it for Flagler Beach and do all these little tiny things that make the whole place look better. And I really appreciate the fact that you've got CRA working again, and I'll just thank you for that.
Anyone else?
Blue Oak 2700 block south. I asked a question 2 weeks ago, and I know possibly wasn't answered because Mr. Whitson's not here. The approximate cost of the pier and what we thought maybe Flagler Beach would have to contribute to that cost. So I know you said people will get back to you, but nobody got back to me. But I understand why, okay?
Okay, Berna, thanks. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no other speakers, I'll bring it back to the commission here and the board. There's an item regarding the pay adjustments. Do you want to address that, or do you want to wait, or what do you want to do?
I think we need to wait until I get a look at the sheets.
Okay.
Can I ask one
Absolutely.
question?
Sure.
Has the salary study been complete? I've gotten conflicting information. Is it 100% complete?
From what I understand from Liz, we had one last study to be sent back. Whether that has come in, I honestly couldn't tell you.
So the answer is no.
The answer is Liz is
Correct.
shaking her head no. Okay.
I was going to bring this up later, but yeah, same questions. It definitely is not right.
Okay, the only comment I have is, Captain Blanchard, I mean, we appreciate you coming forward. I know it's tough to do that but what's happening is certainly not fair, and we addressed this a week or two ago, and I assure you that all steps will be taken by this commission to make sure that everyone is compensated correctly. And having some discussions, I know that the commission only allocated a certain amount of dollars to ensure that everyone was compensated correctly. So that would require that the commission itself make some adjustments in the future to make sure that we'll be able to do that. So that's something that will be under consideration as well. I mean, you know, our employees are our most valuable asset, and we recognize that, but we certainly need to pay more attention to what's going on and make sure that it gets done.
And I'd also like to recommend at some point that we do a duty survey, just make sure everybody has the right title as well.
Well, I don't think it's a matter of our people having the right title. It's whether the titles match up with those on the study.
Well, I spoke to Liz, and I know you guys know I wore a lot of hats, but I used to be a classification specialist, and I used to actually classify jobs for the federal government in all different levels. And looking at some of the jobs that we actually have and what they're doing, I think we certainly do need to look at. And Liz, I know that you can't do it all yourself. You've got more hats than you can possibly wear. And I think the captain was correct in saying it's not your fault. And please understand, we realize that too. But you know, if it requires getting some help in here in order for individuals to have their positions in the right classification, titles to be compensated correctly, then I think that's what the commission needs to look at, and management as well. So I think that we all probably agree with that. But if you have any other comments, you know, certainly do welcome that. Okay.
Well, that's probably going to be something the interim city manager is going to need to tackle.
Yes.
Because that's not anything that we can't push down direction on that.
No, I'm just making a comment because I agree. That's something interim city manager, and we'll probably have to make adjustments on and address immediately. So, okay, Captain, thank you very much. We really appreciate it. We appreciate the work that you guys do. Mrs. Doyle had indicated about, I'm sorry, Boyd. Boil water.
The boil water notice did go out. It's only for Monday and Tuesday. We're not into bike week yet. Granted, we
It said
do
Monday
have,
through Friday.
pardon me?
It said Monday through Friday.
It says through Friday, 9 p.m.
Okay, the notice that I thought went out was for Monday and Tuesday.
Nope.
Hey, can you take a look at it and make sure that the correct information goes out?
Yes, sir, I will.
Okay.
And what is the affected area?
12th through 17th,
South.
south.
Okay.
On each
You
of
got 5 blocks.
each avenue.
Right.
It's on both Flagler and Central?
Daytona.
In
and
Daytona.
A.
And
Atlantic,
it's all the way across.
Atlantic, Central, and Daytona,
And Flagler.
and Flag.
Okay. Okay, any other comments on that, on the boil water? Okay, next item has to do with the CRA. We appreciate the comments. And yeah, we're making some progress around the city and the CRA slowly, and it's getting done. So we'll just keep plugging away. And thanks for the comments. The pier is cost. I'm not quite sure what the cost is, and I guess that's something you can get back to Bruno on.
Yes, I'm not sure. I don't have any hard numbers for it, or what our cost will be, but I'll take a look, see what we can come up with, and I will get back to Bruno.
Okay. The thing is, they're also, you know, as they're developing, the engineers are actually designing and building the pier itself. So it's hard to nail down an exact cost, because with the increases in materials and things of that nature, that's gonna change. But I think that he might be able to give you an approximate cost, because it started out, I mean, we started out at 10 million, you know, we're probably up to God knows what else now, you know.
He said it was 18 at the beginning.
Okay. All right, that's probably pretty close, but by the time they start, it could be 20. Commissioner Cooley?
Well, and they purposely didn't release a cost because of that. They have to do their due diligence, they have to have the community forums and get all the design studies approved and everything before they can do that. As pictured, they said around 18 at current construction costs. But that all changes when it goes to engineering. It can go up or down a little bit, but probably not any more than a mil. But that's why they haven't released hard numbers, because it's not final.
And no, we don't have all the money, and we do have lobbyists and individuals working on that. That's your next question, which I think it probably was. Okay, that's all the comments that we had, so we can move on now to number 6. We've removed that one, and we're going to move on to the above contract, approve a contract. It's on consent agenda. The consent agenda, I'm sorry.
I'd like to pull number 9.
Okay. 8. Any others?
9 or 9A?
9.
Okay, do you have any other comments, any other changes?
Make a motion, we
We
approve.
got to get public comment.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, do you have any public comment on the consent agenda?
7 and 9.
And some, sorry, 7 and 9A.
And 8, right?
No, Eric pulled 8.
Just number 7. And 9A. And 9A.
Rick Bellhumor, Flagler Beach, in reference to item 7. I know we're replacing a whole bunch or rebuilding different lift stations, but these are rebuild. So does each and every one have to be engineered, or can you engineer one and make them all the same?
Okay, you can finish your questions and
That's
we'll,
my question.
We'll get in. Okay. Any other items? Anyone have more just public comment on the that item? Lee, you wanted to address that?
True, the lift stations are of the same design because we're trying to make them standard throughout the city. However, each one has its own set of documents. Each one has its own requirements in terms of site, survey, and other details. So they need to be categorized individually.
So if I'm understanding, Lee, the 145, 510, that represents those economies of scale already. That's baked in.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, we don't have any other discussions on that. We can move on to pool number 8.
9A.
Do I have a motion?
Well, nobody else has.
No, we don't have any more.
Okay,
A
so
motion to
I
approve.
make a motion. I make a motion, we approve number 7 and 9A on the consent agenda.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Can we call the roll, please?
So that was 7 and 9A.
Yes.
Correct.
And Debbie, you were the second.
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
Yes, the motion.
Chair Bryan?
Yes, and the motion carries unanimously. Okay, number 8.
Okay, pool 8. This would be a question for Ben, I guess. Ben, you can come up. So this is a design, but when I was going through the specifics in what we're asking them to design, there's a lot of things in here that should either be changed or modified to fall under what I would consider, in what we've talked about in the past, value engineering. So we have a lot of duplication of things that we have over in that area now. And then there's a lot of things that are part of this. Is what I don't want you to design something that's more grand than our pocketbook. And correct. When you go through the list, let's say, for example, just so the commissioners know what I'm talking about, on page 2, if you look about halfway down the page, it lists a lot of these things. And you have like main entryway, horseshoe-shaped rooms, and then there's a lot of things that we already have in place that we actually just redid not too long ago, I believe, So I didn't know why that was listed under designing, because I don't want you to design something we already have and then pay a bunch of money for it.
Okay, so that's a good point. Here's what we're doing. We're doing a preliminary design, and we're trying to get it done so we can use the CMAR contractor to do value engineering so we can bring the cost down as low as we can. But I got to get the preliminary design done to get it to the CMAR contractor once we get them under contract, to then review that, value engineer it, take out what we may or may not want, and try to minimize the cost, but not lose the value and the safety to the operators, because they are parked out there in the hurricane. We want to make sure they're safe.
Are we not, so basically, is that not doing 2 designs though, or am I?
No. I have to give them something with which to start the value engineering.
Okay.
So we're basically looking at the shell of it, and we pretty much got most of it to where I'm comfortable with. I'm hoping that in the next maybe 4 weeks, we're here in front of you with a CMAR contract with the contractor. And once that's done, and that's why we're trying to accelerate this, then we can get it to them. We had originally scheduled this under the CIP, and we're going to build it separately, but now that those two can come together, we might be able to receive some savings getting it in their contract.
Okay, that was the only concern. I didn't want us to go through the design of things that we either already have or are too grand for our aspirations. I wanted to make sure we talked about that on the front side. That was the only question I had.
Okay. Any other comments? Seeing none, have any other comments from the public on this particular item?
Rick Belhumer, Flagler Beach. I kind of had the same concerns because the steel building, as some of us know it by, was built in 2016. So it's built to hurricane standards. There's a certain number anyway. It might not be 200 mile an hour, but had to be at least 130, I guess, in 2016, thereabouts.
135, yes.
Okay, so if we just built, unisex facilities in there, and it has offices, it has a new lab that they just built in there. So a lot of this stuff is stuff we already have. I don't know why we're starting the project over there building something that we already have for the most part. I mean, it doesn't have a horseshoe-shaped operations room or whatever it is, but I don't know how critical that is to the operation of a wastewater treatment plant when we've run one so long without. So, thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back. I think Ben just explained why they were doing it. Starting with the shell, and I think, I don't want to waste time going over the same thing, but he just explained why, but you want to elaborate on that?
Yes, sir. We're trying to move building maintenance and utilities over to the metal building. And with them moving over, there is no room for wastewater.
Okay. Any other comments?
I have a question about that.
So do I.
Where are we going to store all those generators that are in the metal building now?
They'll stay right there. What's happening now is the building maintenance building and the utilities building flood terribly.
I understand why you want to move them.
Yes.
Okay, so they would be able to be over there and there'd still be room for the generators?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, so my question is, if we're moving maintenance into that building, then why is item 9 on here? Because item 9 is doing a 3-foot tall by 15-foot deep berm to protect the maintenance building that we're moving people out of. When in that design is $105,000.
I wasn't aware that the berm was to protect those buildings. It was to, for stormwater storage.
Oh, it says right here in the thing, this is going to be a burn. Well, we're talking about item 9 now. And I'm only talking about 9 just for context. That this is a 3-foot tall by 15-foot deep berm, which is also not delineated on any map, so we don't even know where it is. And the main purpose of that is to protect the maintenance building. And it also included in there was the fire department, police department, but those are higher elevations, so they're really not a concern. It's the entrance getting in and out. And I don't want to blend these items, but it's just, we got conflicting items here.
Do you know what they're going to keep in that building? Because I know that there was some discussion about equipment flooding. That was one of the reasons why they put the tiger dams and all around the buildings during the flooding, because they didn't want the equipment to get ruined. So is there additional equipment that's going to be stored in that building?
Those buildings will be used for storage.
Okay, so.
But what was told to me is the reason for moving wastewater into a new facility was to be able to move utilities and building maintenance over to the mainland.
So the question is, what is the building going to be used for? And I know that you just came on last week, or, you don't have a complete understanding of all this. I mean, that being the case, does the commission wish to just hold off on that particular one until you get more information?
No, because Ben needs.
Okay.
I would sorry, Gene.
Well, I'm just making suggestions because, you don't want to vote on something you don't know what it's going to be used for.
Yeah, I would recommend that we look at 8 and then we pull 9 for a future. Because the 9's going to need looked at, if we're pulling out of the maintenance building, that's going to change how we spend how the design and how we spend money on 9, and that's what needs pulled. Okay.
I would concur with Commissioner Cooley on that item, that I think we need to revisit 9, but move forward with 8, because again, I don't think we have clear direction on what those buildings are going to be utilized for with the scope, with the scope of the work of this project on item 9. So I'd like to.
Does that work, Ben?
Ben's not involved with them.
Just to reiterate what Rick said, the city manager we've had 2 meetings on trying to maximize the use of the wastewater plant, because there's stuff all over the place. So what we ended up doing was using probably half of the wastewater plant for the wastewater plant. Sanitation was going to have its area. We delineated that. And then Public Works and then Vinnie was going to have their areas. The building that's out there was going to be used to house those people. We split it all up. Everybody seemed to be happy with it. And that's why we moved forward with moving the wastewater new operation building to the back. So when you come in the front gate, the operators will go through another gate, and they'll be all fenced in for the wastewater plant, separate from sanitation, public works, and utilities.
So that frees up the other building for other uses, which you can find out what their other uses is going to be for.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then we were going to extend for Public Works another building in the future for Jen's equipment out there. That way she can stage some stuff on the mainland side. It's not all over here on the beach side.
Okay, that was kind of the understanding. I mean, I didn't get deeply involved with the conversation, but I know that during the last hurricane, the idea of those tiger dams was protect a lot of equipment that could have been ruined. And if that's what it's being used for, then I think it's a justifiable reason, but it'll also answer the questions that the commission has as to what the utilization of that building will be. So we're okay to go ahead and move forward with number 8?
Lee has something.
Okay, I'm sorry. Lee?
Thank you. The main thrust of number 9, Rick almost had it right, is stormwater management. That's the main thrust. And if you read the scope of work, it explains what most of the work concentrates on. And that is a piped system going down South Flagler with curb and gutters. Okay? The berms, and I need to say that this is the first time I've heard about that, moving public works and maintenance over there, but that's irrelevant. The berms are there to protect the buildings and the contents of the buildings, okay? Because you can walk out of that maintenance building and almost trip and fall into the intercoastal right there. Well, it's not the intercoastal, but it's a little tributary. But those rise very quickly, and that's the source of the water that floods it. This grant, this is a grant, by the way, okay? This is an MGP grant. This 105 or 104 and change is really phase 1, the design portion, okay? And we've already got the money for this. So, you know, we can maybe play around with the scope a little bit to some extent, okay? But the main thrust is the stormwater management part of it.
So the money's already allocated for that to be done?
Yes.
And can I just
We're going to have to talk about that on 9.
I'm under. Stay with number 8 for now and then go to number 9.
That's what I said. One was.
I was going to pull. I pulled number 9 anyway. So.
So which one you want to talk about?
You're on 8.
We're on 8.
Okay.
So the only other comment I have under 8. So what we're doing, this is nothing bad about Ben, but we have conflicting visions here. So this actually bleeds into our capital projects that we had scheduled. So we had a bunch of capital projects scheduled for that building for improvements that we either just completed or have scheduled. And that doesn't match up with the design that we're asking Ben to do, because we're improving the building, that we'll call it the metal building, right? We're improving that for a bunch of things that we had capital improvements set aside for that are no longer valid. So we're going to need to take a hard look at that, because we're getting into duplication now with capital projects we either completed and done that don't match up with how we're moving stuff around. Or
I don't understand that.
I'm not following you.
Well, you all remember we set aside a bunch of funds to do capital improvement projects on the metal building, right? If not, that would end up needing, we can talk about that at like another meeting, but there was a lot of projects done in that building. I don't have the capital projects in front of me.
Can we have Ben repeat what this is about?
Well, Ben's designing the water treatment plant, but it's a building that's going to end up duplicating a lot of what we just got done building.
Penny's going to grab some of the paperwork now so we can get some clarification.
But I just think we need to, I mean, in my 2 cents is it's okay to move forward with this, but we really got to get what our capital improvement projects and everything else are aligned with these new movements that hardly anybody knows about. I didn't know we all of a sudden wanted to pull maintenance out. And neither did Lee, and then on 9, we'll get to that, but.
All right, once more, and when you use that CMAR thing, can you, I know I had you explain it to me last meeting, can you do it again?
Construction manager risk.
So the construction manager's going to come in, like with the wastewater plant design we have now. We'll start, once the negotiations are done, then we'll meet with them and we'll do various workshops on value engineering, trying to look at constructability, maybe some different use of materials, how we can save money but not lose the value and give you the product that we had all anticipated. That's the beauty of the CMAR, is we can reduce potentially the cost before we sign the, we have a GMP. Here's the guaranteed maximum price. They'll give you that guaranteed maximum price once we've gone through and done all the value engineering. We tried to move this building into that so we can also value engineer that and save the city as much money as possible, rather than doing it as a set aside on its own and having a second contractor coming in to build that building separately. The whole goal is to try to reduce the cost as much as we can, knowing that all the costs are just crazy right now.
So what you're essentially doing is when you start combining those things that has to do with the value engineering, you're maximizing the dollars that you have and it also the eligibility for additional funds.
Yes, sir.
Right?
25,000.
Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead, Penny.
So the capital improvements you were talking about was 25,000 for sanitation, for building repairs, which is the locker room, and that is a separate building. That is another building on the property.
Right. That's the one that Rob had talked about last year.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Right.
Nut hut.
Mm-hmm. Nut hut.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're talking about 2 different buildings.
Yes,
as far as capital improvement.
Yes, there's numerous metal buildings out there.
Okay. Okay. Move on.
I make a motion that we approve task order with CPH in the amount of $81,560.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. Please call the roll, Penny.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
Yes, the motion.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Chair Bryan?
Yes to the motion, and the motion passes unanimously. We'll move on to number 9.
All right, I had pulled this. On the staff report, Lee had written that this was for a 50-year storm, and I spoke to Lee about this, and on page 3 of the scope of services, it says it's for a 25-year storm. So Lee said it should be for a 25-year storm. So I just wanted to correct the record on that.
So it should be 29?
It should be 25 on the cover sheet.
Okay.
As to the cost, when you go through the federal share and all that, it's down to $10,500 for the city. And it is for stormwater from 100 down to its library. Down to South 7th Street. So it isn't just a matter of the maintenance building and, it's for that whole stretch. And I'm sure you've driven on that street in the rain or after the rain. So I'd like to move forward with this as it is.
All right, any other comments? Commissioner Cooley?
I think number 9 needs pulled and the scope needs rewritten. I'll tell you why. So we're going to concrete driveway buildings that we're now not going to use anymore. We're going to put berms behind buildings we're not going to use anymore. Now, I think all that money should be put, and that's a lot of money. All the money should be put towards the flood mitigation on the street, not protection of buildings that we're going to be mostly, if not completely, vacating. Because there's a lot of money here to protect buildings that we're now not going to have people or equipment in. And I mean, just to put the concrete driveways in those buildings is a ton of money, let alone the massive berm that's going behind it.
The buildings aren't going to be empty, are they?
I don't know the whole details, but just from previous conversations and our budget workshops, were we not talking about hosting the multimodal hub, which is also in your capital plan down there?
Yes.
Can I ask a question about the scope of services to Lee? Lee, on the scope, is the scope of services that's proposed here, was that material to the grant application? Was a similar scope submitted to receive the grant in the first place?
Yes.
So if they were to change the scope now, could that jeopardize the grant?
It could. What would happen? We would have to go ask for a change in scope, and that subjects it to another benefit cost analysis.
So you can't reallocate the dollars anyway, unless you change the scope.
And if you,
The scope is what the grant
What the grant is based on.
based on, exactly.
The City of Flagler Beach proposes to provide drainage improvements along South Flagler Avenue. I'm reading from the scope. Between State Route 100 and 7th Street South. The scope of work is for Phase 1 only, which includes but is not limited to survey, engineering, design plans, preparation, permitting, and bidding for the proposed project. For Phase 2 approval, no construction activities for this project have been approved. So this is to design a way of moving the stormwater along into whatever pipe for the pipes.
Yes, that's the larger part of the project.
Okay, so it's not about saving the buildings necessarily. By doing it, we will save the buildings from flooding, but it is to move the stormwater along.
That's the larger scope of the work, yes.
Thank you.
That's the larger scope, that's not the total scope.
No, it's not.
Okay. There's a big chunk of that that's still going to things that might not even be valid. I would assume that if the scope was rewritten, and this is just my 2 cents, that it would actually have a better cost analysis because you're not protecting basically garages anymore. You would have a better cost analysis because that money would go towards protecting more residential homes and stuff.
Please understand, Commissioner, the scope of work as written and approved was written over a year ago. It took FEMA this long to approve it. So some of the things in there could be outdated. I mean, when this was written, I had no way of knowing that plans were in effect to move those two facilities.
But you just learned that 10 minutes ago. So did I.
But, I mean, you could also lose the grant altogether if you try rewriting the scope and resubmitting it, correct?
Yeah.
I think that's kind of the point Lee was alluding to, is that if they change the scope, it's got to go back to FEMA. It's got to go back,
start all over again.
It could be another year and another series of changes on our end. So and I don't have a dog in the fight, but I want you all to hear that so that you can factor it into your
So if the scope of work is between, I'm not trying to, pull this back so far, but if the scope of work's between 100 and South 7th Street, can you tweak anything within that design? Because we do have two of our most vital resources on that road, where police and fire station.
Absolutely.
So could you tweak it to put a berm behind the fire station? Could you tweak it to put a berm behind the, I don't know how the flooding looks back there, so.
No, those two facilities are high enough that they don't need it. However, the road does. I mean, the road and the front areas of those buildings, yeah, they flood all the time.
The road definitely needs it, 100%.
I guess the point I'm trying to make is that, if you can start the whole process all over again. I mean, that's what we're talking about. If we're trying to change the scope, we're talking about changing the whole process all over again and waiting another year to 2 years to get where we are now and maybe adjust it again. I mean, my opinion is let's just move forward, and then we can add to that with another grant. Once this is the first phase, we could apply for another phase to continue with what you're talking about now as far as part of the flood mitigation.
That is true, and the message I got from FDEM, who are the arbiters of this thing, was that they want to see, and maybe they're changing their culture, I don't know, they want to see what the project is going to cost before they approve phase 2. which I applaud. I mean, that's the way you should do it. So they want us to design it, they want us to bid it, and give them a number that we know is real.
Can I ask Lee another question? Because I think there might be a way of skinning this cat now that I hear it playing out. So this is for design, right?
Design and build. Design and bid.
But we get the design. Time's going to pass before then. Circumstances change. I'm sure FDEM and FEMA understand that, and they're very cost conscious. What if once we have the design, we start saying, well, you know, we don't need this anymore. We're going to take it out and make it cheaper for everybody. Do you think that'd be well received, or do you think it'd be problematic?
It would initiate another BCA, I can tell you that.
What, BCA being?
Benefit cost analysis. So benefit over cost.
So what you're saying is that the berm to protect the building might be necessary to keep our ratio right.
Well, it could be the opposite as well.
But it could be math that gets done once the design is done. There can be changes to the ultimate build based on that. And if they change that ratio in a positive to the dollar way,
right,
that actually could play well. So Commissioner Cooley's point still could be addressed as this moves forward to build.
The benefit cost analysis has to be 1 or greater. 1 or greater. So if you reduce the denominator, okay, you're increasing the numerator. So the benefits go up if the costs go down.
And with that taken, the question I'm really asking is, with that accounted for, we understand that it's possible for the design that comes out of phase 1 are pieces of the design to change, especially if they make the project cheaper. That might be well received in phase 2 if we're making the dollars go further once we get to phase 2. Do you understand what I'm? There might be a later date to address your point.
And we also don't know 100% if we can even make changes at all. Like we approve this, move forward. Lee can find out if we can make some changes to it that'll make it even better, and I think that would work.
I agree.
I think David wants to say something.
No, I didn't even see David.
He was hiding in the back.
I could listen to all of your concerns, definitely real concerns. What could help is we do plan in our scope of work a preliminary conceptual design. So we're going to take the grant application, the scope of work that's cut and pasted into our scope of work. That's what was proposed to FEMA. Obviously, we have to kind of live by those guidelines, but we are going to revisit the concept. Some of this, what we're talking about with the change of use in those buildings, what's the future of those buildings, we can find out what that is, incorporated in that conceptual design, and go forward from there. And if so chose, y'all could see that preliminary design, have it come back to y'all for consideration. The benefit cost ratio analysis that Lee's speaking to is for the construction cost, for the total cost of the project, I should say. So we're going to be looking at that during that conceptual design phase. So there is some flexibility. Obviously, you go in with a grant application with a defined scope of work, but there is some flexibility with that going forward. And it sounds like we need to weave some of that in there, address some of the concerns of the commission, and then develop a conceptual design that hopefully addresses all of that and maintains our benefit cost analysis above 1, which will allow us to move into the bidding process. Because even though this includes going through the bidding process, we won't be able to, we wouldn't go into that next step unless we've already developed the BCA, communicated that with FEMA, and know that we have a phase 2 funding opportunity available to us.
Okay. We're good? All right, thanks.
You're welcome.
That helps a lot.
Looks like Jennifer wants to say something too.
No, come on up, Jennifer. I was wondering if she was here. I didn't see her.
I just wanted to talk about the buildings.
We just need your name and...
Jennifer with Public Works.
Okay.
We are still going to use the buildings. I'm sure maintenance is also. We have so much equipment and supplies and materials that the buildings will still be utilized for pretty much what's already there. We're just going to be stationed somewhere else, but they will be worked out of every single day, and they will be in full use, and we don't need to get rid of them. We need them still.
It's just valuable equipment that needs to be protected.
Yes.
Okay.
A lot of material that we use daily, just to let you know that it's not going to be an empty building.
Well, that helps a lot. I mean, I remember talking to someone about that, and they said that the equipment was at risk during the last flood. That's why we had the tiger
Some of
dams
the-
and all out there.
Correct, but we have a lot of material that are on shelves and that are up high for all of our sewer and connections and number of things, but all of that stuff will still be there. The building is still need to be used.
Okay.
And I hope that we can still keep it, because we really need it. And I'm sure Bill does too. He has a lot of stuff over there that I don't think he needs to move, and we need to use both buildings still.
Okay. Thanks, Jennifer. Appreciate that. Okay. Any other discussion? I forgot where I am. That's it. Public comment. Anyone like to address this?
Rick Belgamer, Flagler Beach. The funny part is that building was built, the steel building was built to move public works and maintenance over into that building. And Larry Newsom, in his infinite wisdom, decided not to do that. So I think it's a great idea, but then too, as Jennifer said, they need to keep that stuff over here. They're going to save thousands of miles of trips back and forth across that bridge, which is one reason I wasn't real keen on the steel building to start with. But if they put like gantry cranes in there, put a gantry crane in there, and they can lift stuff up and, you know, lift the heavy stuff up off the floor and put it on good industrial strength shelving, then they can utilize that and have all their spare parts and that sort of stuff, some tools, things they don't have to make constant trips across the bridge to go get, and because most of their work's over here. But the funny part is, like I said, that's what that building was built for to start with, so it's gone full circle apparently.
Okay, any other comments?
Silver Gregorio, 602 South Central. Interesting conversation. What I've seen from all this, besides the minor things like no driveways, whatever, FEMA sort of takes its time and the city moves on. If you don't approve this now and send it back to FEMA, by the time they decide to do something, the city will move on again. And so it's kind of like you're chasing your tail. So either approve it or don't approve it. But if you don't approve it, you're never going to approve because things are always going to change. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, sir. Any other comments? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to Commissioner vote, please.
I'll make a motion to approve a task order with Mead and Hunt in the amount of $104,768 to provide project management, design services, permitting, bidding, and funding assistance for Phase 1.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. Please call the roll, Penny.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
Yes to the motion.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Chair Bryan?
Yes, and the motion carries unanimously. We'll move on to number 20. Okay, number 20, I asked to have this one included to our agenda because it's something that the community has been asking for a while. It goes along with some of the things that we've been doing for the last year or two, and that's recycling. For those of you that are not familiar with Big Blue, the glass recycling machine, I think Rob is here, but we're probably the only one in the state of Florida that's actually really recycling glass. And when Rob and I were down in Orlando, I can't remember where we were, but anyway, we were at a recycling center, a recycling conference, and we met some folks from Trek that was interested in helping us to do some recycling. So Rob, could you please come up and give us a little bit of background on what the next project is that I think Flagler Beach citizens will be happy to hear about?
So, good evening, Commissioners. Rob Smith, Sanitation. So what we've been working on for the past almost a year, I guess, from we were down at Fort Myers or Bonita Beach for a conference, to piggyback what Commissioner Kevin was talking about. So we met up with Trek, and it's, if anybody doesn't know what it is, it's the composite material that's on our boardwalk. It's a plastic, and it's a plastic-based wood imitation product made out of sawdust and plastic. So what we're going to start doing, as we've been working through recycling slowly over the past year and a half, 2 years, we're going to start picking up polyethylene, which is like Walmart bags, Republic bags, shrink wrap, any plastic film that we can get from people. So it will not be picked up to begin with a truck. We'll have designated areas around town. I've already talked to a couple store owners. They'll let me put a container there for people to drop it off. One's Dollar General and also Dollar Tree over the bridge. So folks can bring their bags back when they go shopping. I'll get with some business owners, maybe talk a few of those into, restaurant owners. So we'll collect it. This is a contract with them. It doesn't cost us anything. The way the contract reads, right now we get 14 cents a pound for it. When I get 37,000 pounds of it, they send a truck for free, pick it up, write us a check. So all of you know that most of you know we just received, we bought a baler. So this is material that we can bale on site. The material will never leave our facility on John Anderson. It'll get baled, stored there until we have enough to put on a truck, and they'll come get it. So it's a good fit for us to recycle plastic in-house, doesn't leave, doesn't go to the dump. And it's just the beginning with plastic. There's other plastics that are down the road. So it'll be a little bit of education for the folks in town, but I think once it gets going, it'll be a good thing for all of us. And it doesn't cost any money. So
Yeah, the fact we're going to make money.
yeah, I mean, obviously there's manpower involved, but anybody that wants to come look at our facility, what we've done over the past year, it's pretty cool with everybody's help. It's just another piece of the pie to where we're doing everything in-house and getting some revenue back to keep our costs down for sanitation and also do the right thing. So that's
Okay, and what Rob and I have also been working with is other municipalities to see if we can get them to start selling us, or actually will
not selling us,
not selling us,
paying us to
they're going to pay us for their glass, so that we would actually take their glass, crush it up, and make other products into it, like the recycling glass and sand. And it also saved these municipalities money because their tipping fees are also lowered because glass is so heavy. So thanks again, Rob, for all your work, all the things you're doing, and the commission really appreciates everything you're doing. And
thank you for.
I'm sorry you can't go to the conference next week, but
no, I'm going.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, because
that's awesome.
my son broke his collarbone, so we're not going to. He's not moving to Paris.
Sorry to hear that.
So I just realized that.
That's a big extreme.
Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe we can bring something else back to the city to help with recycling.
Do you have a question?
But no, Commissioner, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just have a question. So would it be picked up, would the plastic bags be picked up during normal recycling?
No, ma'am. It would be. We're going to start off.
You're going to have the stations.
Yeah, we'll have stations with, like I said, I've talked to Dollar General, Dollar Tree.
Okay.
And some other.
So no pickup at any business.
No, because with diesel fuel, the prices, there would be no value in that.
Just want to clarify that. Thank you.
So, but I just want to say thank you, Commissioner Bryan, for spearheading us, and you've been working behind the scenes on this for a year, so I appreciate that, and the city appreciates it.
Thanks, Rob. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, just an example, we talked about grocery bags, retail bags, case over wraps, flexible packaging, dry cleaning bags, newspapers bags, consumer product packaging, garment bags, bubble wrap, and all these kinds of things. So that's why they call it film plastic. So again, thank you, Rob, and we appreciate it. We'll, as a city, keep working to do some more recycling and helping to clean the environment up. Okay, the next item we have is number, is it 19?
18.
18.
Oh.
Yes. Okay, the contract, Commissioners, you have it on your desk, up here on your desk. So you can review it, and if you approve it, then Penny can just go ahead and forward it for signature. You just got it. Yeah, you can pass it on to her. Drew has already reviewed it and made his comments to it, and you can get.
But they're not reflected here.
They're not.
Yeah, so it needs to go on the next agenda.
Well, but I don't know, but my issue is a minor one, but as long as everybody understands it, I can live with the language here, but what I don't know is if Trex understands it. It's Section 8, the confidentiality, as long as they understand that that is subject to public records law, and state law does protect trade secrets. And to the extent, the reason I don't have a problem with the contract is the contract can't go further than what state law allows. That would be void. But I just want to make sure they understand that we are subject to public records law, and everything they give us is not a trade secret.
Okay, so
it's less of a contractual change that I need, and just make sure that Trex understands that yes, we have obligations to the state, though.
And I can edit the PDF. I'll get with Drew. He can send me language he wants.
Yeah, I have language.
Okay. So I guess if everyone is okay.
But they don't have, I mean, the language I have incorporates that, so that's fine too. But yeah, that's the only issue I had was on that confidentiality paragraph.
So is it going to be on the next agenda to vote on, or? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
Good. Next meeting?
It says here that the contract would start as of March 27th, so I guess we'd have to have it approved before.
We got time. What time?
Well, and again, really, the contract, we can start collecting it before the contract starts. Because really, it's until we have the 27,000 pounds that really they're not doing anything. So we can go ahead and start.
That's a lot of plastic.
Mr. Cooley suggested we put it on the next agenda.
Although I would say, unless it has to be on next agenda, if everybody's okay with it, we can approve it now.
I didn't get a chance.
Or do we have any legal things we need to do?
Again, I can live with language as is. I just want to make sure, and I have language that, yes, I have drafted that just clarifies that we're subject to public records law.
Unless you wanted to wait.
I want time to read it.
Yeah, I'd like to read it as well.
Okay, so pending, just put it on the next agenda. Thanks.
All right, next is number 18.
Number 18 is next. Okay.
Well, I was going to, while everybody else is flipping, I can announce it. It's variance 230101-212. Just to give an address. This is the Ronan variance request. Mr. and Mrs. Jeffrey Ronan are the applicants. And I know I've given you bullet points for things to walk through as you walk through. This is the first one, though, and it's not on there. I know, Commissioner Mealy, I think you have something.
Yeah, I can't vote.
Do you want to? Will you please declare your voting conflict? So you have a voting conflict. What is the nature of the voting conflict?
I have a voting conflict because I might affect my finances.
You're located. Your property is nearby, and you could have an adverse impact on positive or adverse impact on your property value.
What he said.
And you filled out the voting conflict form, and I believe, Penny, that's been distributed to the commission.
Yes.
It's not been distributed,
Wasn't it?
but I do have it and I will.
Okay. That was the last one we had. That's right.
Well, I had to do it again.
Can I do it again?
But you have filled out and signed the voting conflict form.
I did.
Yes, so Ms. Mealy may continue to participate, you just can't vote. The next bullet point is disclosure of ex parte communications. I know that there's been quite a bit of material that's been received. If I could go down the line, who wants to start, Mr. Sherman or Mr. Cooley? I'm going to go down from the ends.
Nothing.
You received nothing from general public on this?
Oh, general public got emails.
What are the nature of the emails?
Concerns from citizens.
So what are the nature of the concerns?
Hey, what did they say?
Generally. The purpose of the ex parte communication disclosure is so that any parties here, that they know what you've heard from others, so they know to rebut it if they feel the need to. So just generally, what have you heard?
There's been a lot of opposition to it. It's the same ones that y'all have been copied on.
It's not really for their benefit, it's for the benefit of the applicant, though,
Right.
so they know what you've heard from others.
Right.
So just general nature concerns regarding what?
Placement, how it affects them, their own opinions on it.
So you've heard from neighbors that they're afraid this will negatively impact their property values because of the location of the structures on the site.
Correct.
Fair?
And the approval of the variance, how it's going to affect them.
Okay. Commissioner Bryan?
I declare ex parte, and I received a number of emails, and I did receive one email today that was positive in regard to the particular shed itself, and the individual indicated that he didn't have a problem with it, and that he thought that moving the shed to the middle of the property would be bad because it would not make the property look right, and also he just didn't have a problem with it. The other ex parte comments I had were a list of individuals from Lambert who had actually signed in opposition to the particular property itself. And the only other thing I had is I've been down to the property in front of it and looked at it myself several times. So that's about the extent of my ex parte.
Okay. Commissioner Phillips?
Pretty much the same emails, 2 verbal or 2 telephone calls.
What was the nature of the telephone calls?
Talking of one of the conversation was regarding the placement of the shed, and there was some communication regarding power board as well.
And were those in favor of or opposed to the variance?
Opposed to.
And
Opposed
were
to.
they, regarding the location of the shed, was that the nature, was that the
Correct.
focus of those communications?
That's correct.
And they were opposed to the proposed location?
That's correct.
Okay.
Also received the copies of the 60 petitions, and we also received today something from a resident that shows a better location, in their opinion, where the shed should go. That's it.
Commissioner Sherman?
So my expertise is the same as the others, as well as driving by the property twice just to kind of get a visualization myself, just to kind of see where the placement of the fence was and to better educate myself with this decision that we have to make this evening.
Okay, thank you. And Chair, I'm happy to keep going down these if that makes your life easier. If you would like me to continue, I'm happy to do it.
You can go ahead and keep doing it. You're doing a good job.
Hey, do we have proof of notice? No, I've seen it, but just asking you, there is proof of notice, and that's included in your agenda package, correct?
We have the original one that was tabled at the last meeting, and we also have a new one after the publication, yes.
Thank you. And so, those of you who were at the county hearing, you'll remember that we had an argument about this, and it's a party. Part of the reason why I did these bullet points, I know there could be a lot of people interested, and I'd already heard from some in the community asking if they were public or if they were affected parties. So that's part of the reason why I did this bullet point for you tonight, to try to keep this moving slowly. And so this next one is identification of persons to offer testimony or evidence. As you know, in a quasi-judicial matter, your decision tonight is based on competent substantial evidence. Testimony is testimony. Lay opinion is lay opinion and not necessarily testimony. And what I mean by that is somebody who testifies as to facts, that's testimony, that's evidence. Somebody who just says, I don't like it, that's an opinion. And so you're going to have to listen and decipher. But what this bullet point is for anybody who plans to offer testimony, we will identify them. And now also, if there's anybody other than the applicant, we know you're a party, and the city, of course, will give a presentation. People who are speaking as parties would be allowed the same speaking lengths, which are unlimited as with the parties. But in order to be party status, you would have to be affected beyond the normal citizen. So this isn't just, I live in Flagler Beach and I don't like it, or I live in Flagler Beach and I do like it. But somebody who would be specially affected. So I also want to give anybody other than the known parties who wants to claim party status that opportunity to claim it if there is any such person.
So are residents of Lambert Avenue that are here?
Depends on what their facts are.
Okay.
Maybe, maybe not. And that's why now would be the opportunity to explain to you, and it would be like the county when we went through the gardens, like I had to make the case and I got denied. But it's that process that we're in now.
So you're asking the citizens to come forward, explain why they need to be a part of it?
If there's anybody who wants to speak, the public will be offered an opportunity to speak, and when we get to the swearing in, I will swear everybody in, so that way they don't have to guess, well, am I giving testimony or am I giving opinion? They can all be sworn in, and then you can sort it out as you hear what they have to say. But if there's anybody who wants to present a witness, anybody who already knows that I'm going to need more than the 3 minutes allotted for a member of the public, now would be an opportunity to make that case. I don't see anybody.
I see some people.
Oh, is there
one hand?
A hand? That's Don. You can go to the podium, please.
Don Deal, 1580 Lambert Avenue. I'm probably going to need not much more than 3 minutes, but I will need a little bit more than 3 minutes because I do have some factual information I'd like to present.
And you are seeking party status because, explain to me why you believe you are affected more than the normal general member of the public.
Well, I live on Lambert Avenue. I can't say that I'm affected more than a member of the public. If you feel that my facts are more opinion, but I think...
Well, it's not opinion versus testimony at this point, and that's ultimately they have to cite both of these. It's not for me to decide. But the party status comes with being affected more than than the average member of the public. So if you're saying no,
I'm saying
you're not participating as a party. But I want to ask you, are you speaking on behalf of a group?
Well, I've been contacted by residents.
Are there people here that you will be speaking for that won't have to speak because you're going to say what they're going to say? Okay. How much more time do you think you'll need? Minutes?
Probably only a minute.
Then I'll leave it up to the discretion of the board. So then my recommendation would be, since he says he's not affected more than the average member of public, that he participated in the public period, and you do have the discretion to allow everybody in the public a little bit more time. He's not asking for much.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else?
Okay. if everyone planning on speaking tonight, other than Mr. Bear, because he offers argument, not testimony, but if you would stand where you are just so I can see you and the board can see who is sworn in, and raise your right hand, and ma'am, you don't have to stand if you'll just raise your right hand for me. Anybody else planning on speaking on this item? I see your hands. Okay. Could you help me keep count of, does you see somebody who isn't sworn, just alert the board when we get there.
You want them to
or
stand,
if
right?
anybody who decides you want to speak later, if you'd ask to be sworn in before you speak, it will make my life a little bit easier. So let me see those hands again.
You need them to stand, Drew?
Nah, as long as I can see, but I just said the standing is really just so that I can see who's sworn and who's not. Okay. Do you all swear from the testimony you give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you very much. I think I'm done. We can get to the staff report.
Hi, Larry.
Good evening.
Okay, good evening, Larry.
It's my turn now.
You have open mic.
Only if you swore.
All right. This is a rather unique variance request. I think there's a little bit more maybe to the situation that at least meets my eye, and I don't want to be making any accusations. So to that extent, I'm going to have a little bit lengthy of a PowerPoint, but I'm only going to speak to facts that I know. I'm not going to speak to what I don't know. I'm not making any presumptions or assumptions. That wouldn't be fair, it wouldn't be right. But before I begin, what I want to do is to read the purpose and intent of a variance. If I could find it here. I can tell you in layman's terms, but for the benefit of everyone here, I think it would definitely be a good time to read what this states. It reads as follows. The Planning and Architecture Review Board shall recommend such variance from the terms of this ordinance as will not be contrary to the public interest and where, owing to special conditions, a literal enforcement of the provisions of this ordinance will result in unnecessary and undue hardships. In order to recommend any variance from the terms of this ordinance, the Planning and Architecture Review Board must and shall find each of the following criteria are met by the applicant, and the board's written findings shall be sent to the commission. Ordinarily, when items come to the planning board and to the city commission, and even over the counter in the building and planning department, generally it's my duty or the zoning reviewer's duty to make a determination as to whether the applicable development standard is being met or not. For instance, is the building height within the building height limitation? Is the side setback within the minimum required? So to that extent, it's rather an easy process, okay? In this particular situation, when it comes to a variance, me as staff, I do not respond to the 6 criteria that must be met by the applicant who provides responses to those criteria, because some of it can be subjective and some people get carried away with the subjectivity, but the bottom line is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Drew, is that each of the criteria that is the response, whether it's affirmative or negative, you have to justify that. So you just can't say, well, the building is an eyesore. You have to justify why it's an eyesore, if you follow what I'm saying. And that goes for each of the criteria, and sometimes it can be difficult. So I don't want to influence the board. If it was a development review, if it was a site plan, anything of that nature, I provide a staff report, and I try to be as comprehensive as I can because it's very factual information. It either meets the requirements of the regulations or it doesn't. Again, the 6 criteria, you need to read closely the responses by the applicant and determine in your own mind if
the statement, that specific criteria has been justified in the response. So hopefully I'm not confusing you, but the reason I bring this out is that there are some unique circumstances here. The planning board, first and foremost, they recommended unanimously to award the variance requested, which is to allow the shed to be located 5 feet from the front property line. My recommendation was a little different. It was a little different because I wasn't steadfast in looking at the criteria of whether it was being met or not. I was being driven because, in my opinion, there was actions, there was conditions associated with that permit that I felt the responsibility both of the property owner and the city were negligent with. And I say that because a permit, we're going to see a lot of this on the PowerPoint, and then I'll get started on that in a minute here. But a survey was submitted, a survey was approved, building review was conducted, zoning review was conducted, it was approved, a building permit was issued. Subsequent to that building permit being issued, when there was a call or request for final approval to complete and close the building permit, I can't speak to who went out there to conduct a final inspection, but it failed, and it failed because it did not meet the setback requirement for that specific accessory structure. The minimum requirement's 25 feet. It was at 5 feet. It was approved that way. By the same token, and Drew, perhaps you could help me out here, there's also a level of responsibility on the part of the property owner to validate that what in fact they're doing is correct.
The law presumes that an applicant understands the code. Yes.
So that being said, I'm going to go through a series of slides here and kind of bear with me on it. I was hoping I'd have a pointer, but I don't, so I'm going to have to kind of describe something.
Be Vanna?
You're good. It's a laptop. I don't know if you want to put it on your lap to make, or I can move behind you.
I know what you're talking about, Larry. I just long enough.
It's not moving.
Oh, the clicker's not working?
No. Maybe it's got age on it, like right here, so.
It is not moving.
I can be the...
It won't shine on the LED. Say it. I have my own. Thanks, boss.
No, my clicker's not working. So
I'll manage it.
you click, I'll point.
Okay. It's teamwork. All right, this first slide is a location map. The address of the property is 212 Lambert Avenue. Okay.
She said she drank a lot of coffee, too.
I want to start with what I call the shed permit history. And these are things that, again, that I know how they occurred, and I just want to read them again to give background. The applicant submitted a building permit for a storage shed measuring 10 by 20 in November 2021. The applicant communicated the following: inquired at the building department for regulations pertaining to accessory structure, front yard setback requirements, was advised by staff that the minimum setback is 30 feet from the road. Building department staff, I was told, marked the dimension on the survey, and noting that I note that the front property line was not defined on the survey that was submitted. The applicant submitted the required documents, which included a boundary survey depicting the shed location. It included the dimensions that I presume were written on there. The front property line, again, not defined. The permit was accepted, reviewed for building code and zoning compliance. The permit was issued. The structure was set up. Final inspection requested. Final inspection failed for the zoning setback violation that I mentioned. Code enforcement action was initiated. It has gone to the magistrate, and Drew Smith and/or Mr. McFadden were involved with the magistrate hearings. I'm not familiar with the proceedings of that, but it is in the hands of the magistrate. And as the last item reads, I made a site visit to the property, and while I was there, I communicated with the property owner. We had some discussions about what was going on, and he did convey to me that when we were talking, that he was under the impression that the property line extended to the edge of the roadway. And I have to tell you that that is not an unusual factor with the general public. There's a lot of individuals that they just assume because they cut the grass, they maintain it, whatever, that their property line goes right up to the roadway. You can change that, and thank you.
While you change that, just on the code enforcement, if I can fill in the blanks there, this has gone to the magistrate. The magistrate has continued it while the variance could work through the process, since the variance would cure the code enforcement violation. So it's essentially tabled with the magistrate right now while this is being processed.
Okay, what this picture depicts is the current conditions. Let me start from the bottom where property line. The property line is 30 feet from the edge of the roadway. I'm sorry, 30 feet is where the applicant measured from the pavement to locate the shed. The property line is at 32 feet. I may be off a few inches here. I did have a tape with me that morning, but I measured roughly approximately 32 feet. The fence is 3 feet off of the front property line. The shed is 2 feet off of the fence line. So in essence, the shed is at 37 feet, not at 30 feet. Then you can flip the next. I'm going to go through a series of slides here. It's what I call the property permit boundary survey history. I went back and researched after talking to building department staff. I didn't really realize that there were other permits pulled that involved or required a boundary survey. But I started researching, and there was a driveway permit issued in March of 2017. You can see the property line is defined, the horizontal line at the point of the arrow. What also caught my attention, and it may have implications a little bit later, is a notation that the driveway apron is in the right-of-way. And I just want to make note of that. Next slide. This is a deck permit that was pulled in November of 2018. Again, the property line is defined. Next slide. This is a rear fence yard permit that was pulled in December 2019. The fence property line is defined. And we move to the shed permit survey. The boundary line is not defined. This is November 2021. Next slide. What I'm showing in this slide is not so much the property line not being defined, but you'll notice the notation in the lower right-hand corner that shows a measurement. It reads 30 feet, and there's also a side setback with the number 8 written in it, and there's also an arrow. Next slide. I blew this up. This is actually the survey zoomed in. If you'll notice, the property line's not defined, but if you look at the points of each arrow, starting from the right, you have the side lot line, the end of that line. The next line in is actually the completion point of an arc that defines the angle of that lot corner. The next line in, the third line, is part of a crescent, which is a point, I presume, of the driveway. The next line is the other end of that crescent. The next line being, again, the arc of the opposite corner of the interior side, and then the end of the lot line. This next slide, you'll see I drew a line halfway across the property. It touches each of those points. Next slide. You continue that line to the other end of the property front, and the line is on each of the points of those marks. But you can hold it there for a second. And what's interesting to me on this slide is if you'll notice the 30 feet and a portion of the arrow, it is outside of the property line. It's beyond the property line, but it shows on that survey. Let's move forward. Again, we're showing the shed survey, November 2021 on the left. On the right is a fence permit that was pulled in January of 2022. The property line is shown, it's defined. And I just raised the question, again, I don't have any facts, but somehow, some way, that front property line had to be removed somehow, and it was removed before that dimension was on there, or else it wouldn't be there. We can continue forward. We'll get into the variance standards. What you're looking at is a portion, an excerpt of the variance application that was submitted. The survey submitted with the variance application has a property line on it. And people might be asking, so what's your point? Well, my point is that line not being there may add to the ambiguity of what that 30-foot dimension means. There's no point A, there's no point B to that arrow. It just raises questions. You can continue on. We're getting now to the variance, the 6 criteria, and I have italicized and underlined really the heart of what this statement reads, and that is the planning board must and shall find each of the following criteria are met by the applicant, and the board present written findings to the city commission. And again, a variance is not an entitlement. It's not the fact that you submit an application, you want to deviate from a development standard, and it's okay. You have to meet this criteria, all 6 of them, to be able to be awarded a variance. Next slide. As I mentioned earlier, I typically do not provide to the planning board my own interpretations of whether a criteria has been met or not, but I did for this meeting. And in my opinion, 5 of the 6 standards have not been met. And I can justify some of those statements are incomplete, but I can certainly justify the verbiage that addresses each one of those criteria in the general language that is written. And one is an example that the variance, let's take little interpretation of the provisions of this ordinance, would deprive the applicant rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the same zoning district. My response, that was, I'm confused, and I got confused here. I apologize. What I read to you was the finding of actually number 4, that it would confer a special privilege. My finding is that it would, and my justification for that is this lot is no different than any other lot along that corridor. It has an expansive front yard. The shed could easily meet the development regulations. There is no hardship that's peculiar to that lot that is not the same with every other lot on that block. So this is what I mean by justification, saying that it will confer, if the person feels it would confer a special privilege, they need to justify why it's conferring a special privilege, which is what I've been saying. It isn't. It's not. It would be a special privilege, so that does not meet the standard. And it goes the same for a setback, it goes the same for every other one of those criteria. And, I'll leave that at that. Findings and recommendation. I amended my recommendation that I sent to the planning board, which was actually a compromise. And again, I made that compromise based on the fact that I felt both the property owner and the city had a role in the fact that that shed is located where it is. The permit should not have been issued, and again, as the city attorney mentioned, the property owner does have some liability with knowing what the regulations are. My compromise was to move it 10 feet back. So rather than being 25 feet, it would be 15 feet. I applied conditions to it that, and Mr. Ronan agreed to it. On the day I was out there visiting, I did tell him what my recommendation would be, and I justified it in the staff report. But for that shed to be moved back to the 15 feet, he agreed to put additional landscaping and shrubbery. He did agree to put a few additional trees to make it seem more like it fit, because it is, even though it's located where it is, it's nestled in a location that, to me, is fitting. Now, should it be at 25 feet? That's argumentative. My personal feeling is, I did see a letter today that wrote about sight line and so forth. In my professional opinion, that comment's totally irrelevant. The placement of that shed, even where it's situated now, has no effect on sight line. My thought was moving it back 15 feet, doing the landscaping that would be implied or employed, knowing that a tree can be blown down, things can happen. The trees are blown down, you don't have the tree coverage anymore. That's a risk, but it's at least an attempt to address the situation. My feeling is, I believe, I know in my heart they do not meet the 6 criteria, but from that compromise position, I feel that location is better than being in the middle of the yard, because it would look to me more obtrusive. I don't consider that building an eyesore. I think we really need to understand what the definition of eyesore is. Is it obtrusive? Does it look like it's out of place? Yes and yes. But again, I'm giving you my own professional opinion and the reason for the compromise. The planning board chose to not address that. I can also tell you that the planning board did not address the 6 criteria. I don't know if there's another slide or not. That's it. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, commissioners, any questions?
I have a question. Larry, so you said your compromise in your professional opinion is to move it back 10 feet or 15 feet?
Well, I said I amended that. I amended it based on the other materials that I've come to.
To your microphone, Mike, Larry.
I actually said I changed. That was my recommendation to the planning board. I did not have some of the information that I obtained between the planning board hearing and the city commission. And even though it doesn't really affect the variance requests, it's the fact that that front property line not being defined on 1 out of 4 or 5 surveys raises questions. I don't know how it was deleted, but something happened to delete that, and it didn't happen because of machinery, printing equipment, or otherwise, because if it cut the line off exactly at that property line, that 30-foot dimension and the arrow would not be shown. It would have been cut off and removed as well. So I'm not throwing accusations here. I'm always been straightforward, and that's how I'm being tonight. I can't sit here and tell you that I agree with the compromise recommendation that I made because of these other factors. I believe, it appears to me, I can't go any further because it's not a fact.
Okay, any other comments, questions? Commissioner Cooley?
Does Dennis get to talk now?
But you can ask questions of staff, so you're questions of staff.
Questions only, staff?
Yes, questions at this point, not discussion.
I'll wait.
Right, any other questions? Okay.
Good evening, Dennis Bear on behalf of Mr. and Mrs. Ronan on this variance. And I have to admit, I got up here, my initial comments was that in the 35 years I've appeared in front of this commission, I've never had a variance that's been unanimously approved by the planning board. But now I've got something else I can say that I've never had happen in 35 years. I've appeared in front of this commission. So I've never had a planner do a complete 180 on a recommendation and say now there's ambiguities that he wasn't aware of, and not have the courtesy to call me or tell my clients that, hey, I'm changing my position. And it sounds like an accusation that somehow we cut off the property line. There is a mechanical reason for it. There's two reasons for it. All of the other permit applications were applied for by contractors that had the full survey. The line was cut off when my client made a copy on his copying machine and it cut off the line. Simple explanation. If somebody had the courtesy of calling me, I would have explained that. You know, the opposition did not show up at the planning board despite all the public notice being out there. All of a sudden, the reason I got involved, I was not at the planning board because we didn't feel it was necessary because we had staff support and what we were seeking to do. All of a sudden, there's a petition drive. Petitions are not competent, substantial evidence. The phrase that I think Mr. Smith will agree with is the clamor of the crowd. It's neither competent nor substantial and should not be considered in your deliberations. We have the two neighbors. We have a letter from one of the neighbors immediately to one side and the neighbors to the other side that are here in support of the variance. They don't have a problem with it. You have a letter from a Mr. Howell that just came in today, conveniently, 1560 Lambert Avenue, 13 blocks away, that recommends another location for the shed that would require a variance. So that would clearly be a hardship that would not be something that would be self-imposed. So I'm sorry, Larry, I'm just a little upset. I would have appreciated a call or something to that effect. It's like there's been such a big change since the planning board. It's almost like this is not the same staff report that your planning board considered.
Am I able to respond to that?
Yeah, and I've got some questions too, Larry, so go right ahead.
My response to that, again, Dennis, I've always been straightforward. I thrive on my integrity. I'm not perfect. The reason I didn't call you is because you're the attorney for the church that I attend, and I did not want to have this commission, this body of people, know that we have a relationship on another matter, and my talking to you may have influenced you in some way. I just did not feel comfortable with it. I'd rather have you feel the way you do about me, knowing that I feel I did the right thing, but not by not contacting you, I did talk to Mr. Ronan before the meeting tonight. I know it's late in the hour, but also I don't know that it's an obligation on the part of city staff to contact an applicant, whereas the applicant had the same right and opportunity to contact staff to see if in fact is everything the same, are we on course, whatever. So I'm not saying two wrongs make a right, but again, in all sincerity, I didn't call you because we do have a working relationship outside of this.
Okay, and I haven't done work for the church in a year and a half, so I don't know. But there was communication early on with the planning staff in my office. We received copies through the clerk's office of the petition and the opposition, so I'm just a little surprised that we'd at least gotten some heads up that all of a sudden there's a change in position. Because again, we had complete support from your planning board, persons that you appoint to make these decisions and make these recommendations based upon the evidence, not because of petition drives. So I'm going to sit down and let some of the other folks talk, but I do have one other question. Larry, did you talk to Mr. Deal or any of the other residents of Lambert and sit down and meet with them and go over their concerns?
I did receive a call from Mr. Deal. I have not talked to anyone else other than Mr. Ronan.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Is that all from the applicant? Did you have more from the applicant?
Yeah, sure. I'm Jeff Ronan. This is my wife. She would stand up here with me, but she can't right now. She broke her leg on purpose, so I would have to do laundry for a while, which is working out for her pretty good, I think. First of all, thanks for listening to me, and I don't envy any of your positions. I'm sitting here watching what's going on today. I'm like, man, I'm glad I'm sitting here and not up there. So I appreciate everything you guys are doing for the city, really. So I've actually been pretty struck by what I felt like I just heard Larry say, because it was, I agree with my lawyer, I felt like it was just a complete 180 of everything that we've heard. I'm perplexed by why there's been so much research after the planning hearing and why it wasn't all done before that. I think there's been some undue influence that I feel like is unfair. I want to reiterate one more time, though, what a variance is. It's an exception to the rule based on extenuating circumstances. My variance document, which I do feel met the criteria, every single person of the planning committee felt like it met the criteria. They unanimously approved it. Notifications went out to residents on my street, 300 feet both ways, no written response. When we showed up here at the committee, not one person showed up to contest it. Nobody. My neighbor to the north sent a great letter to the city, I think just this week, saying, I don't know why you would move it. My neighbor to the south is sitting right here. The people that are closest to my actual residents have no problem with this. You have to go a mile down the road before you get people saying, oh, I don't like that thing there. But coincidentally, they didn't really care about it until after the Planning and Review Board. So for me, I'm shocked. I've done everything I'm supposed to do right. I've filed the variance, I've paid the fees, I did the advertisements, we sent notifications out, nobody contested. The Planning and Review Board, 100% unanimous, which my attorney says he never sees. And now all of a sudden it seems like everything is just kind of snowballing for whatever reason, I don't know. So that's just my position, my opinion on what I'm observing right now. That's all I got.
Okay, would you have any other comments or testimony from your group?
That's all we have.
Okay.
Just
I'm sorry.
a little clarification. There was a unanimous vote at the PAR board, but they did not have a full board. There was one absent member.
Okay.
There was a quorum, correct? So it was a legal vote taken, okay, just making sure.
Okay. And Drew, do we want to go to some other comments now?
You are testimony of any other sworn party, just last public comment at this point.
Okay. All right, at this time, we'd like to open it up for any testimony, comments from the public. Please give us your name and your address. Please come forward.
Council members, my name's Harold Marine. I own the property at, pardon me, 208 Lambert. When we purchased the property, the shed was already located in where it is now. And actually, I never saw any problem with them whatsoever. We just want to lend support to a decision that would leave it basically where it is. And also, I think it should be mentioned that the placement of it, it's not creating any kind of a hardship as far as public safety, or I don't think the visibility issues reflect anything that would create any kind of traffic problems or dangers. So, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
Good evening. My name is Marvin Howell. I live at 1560 Lambert Avenue, Flagler Beach. I'm a retired building contractor, and I've built hundreds of homes in the Flagler area. When I went by the location, saw the shed at 212 Lambert Avenue, I went to the building department and asked why the shed wasn't red tagged for being in non-compliance with the city's 25-foot front setback requirement. At the time, I asked to see the plot plan that was submitted with the permit application. The plot plan showed a 30-foot front setback and an 8-foot side setback. clearly this was not done. They explained to me that they had hired, it was out of their hands because they had hired an attorney and they had to turn it over to their legal department. It is my understanding that the planning board recommended leaving the shed where it is. As a result, the shed is only set back 5 feet from the front property line, instead of the required 25 feet per city LDRs. It amazes me that over the last 80 years, 130 plus property owners have abided by this minimum front back setback requirement. We have letters from 60 existing homeowners that object to this front yard setback variance. We have a unique neighborhood on Lambert Avenue. The fact is, the road is 1.5 miles long. It is one neighborhood, a lineal neighborhood. This shed is in the first 10% of that neighborhood, so approximately 90% of the homeowners must drive by this eyesore every day. I provided plot plan options that would give alternative locations for the shed to be placed to follow minimum setback requirements. Most residents of Lambert Avenue deal with yard flooding issues with storms and king tide events. This shed can be set up on blocks and use rock entrance ramps to overcome these issues. As a builder or owner, you are ultimately responsible to follow all building codes, local zoning laws, and setback requirements. Based on my experience, it is not appropriate to shift the blame to the local building department. We all depend on our local government to protect our property values by upholding all of our city LDRs, including setback requirements. Myself and the owners of Lambert Avenue ask you to deny this variance request and conform with the other 130 plus homeowners that have a minimum of 25-foot front setback. The idea of allowing the applicant to mitigate the distance from the front property line would be doing the wrong thing twice. I ask you to do the right thing tonight and require a minimum 25-foot front setback. There is no hardship on this lot. The owner has a huge area in the front yard with a dirt driveway to place the shed to stay in compliance with the city's setback requirements. Moving the shed is definitely a minimal process. I thank you for that, but I would like to comment, if I could, on what the attorney said that I turned in tonight with the survey. I offered what I felt as a builder and a homeowner, what would be the best location for this shed for him and his neighbors. And the attorney said that it would require a variance, which it does not. I showed that it's 5'2" off the north property line, and I showed it 94 feet from the front property line. It's on the north side of his property, and it would sit back behind his north neighbor, which would be less obtrusive because it would be behind the neighbor to his left instead of in front of the neighbor to his right. So if you look at the drawing that I did on this plot plan that I turned in tonight, this would be something that I would do if I was going to put a shed in my front yard and to make it less obtrusive to the neighborhood, to the neighbor, and to the applicant. First off, if he's planning to use the shed for motorcycles or whatever else he's going to do, the closer he puts it to his driveway, the more usable it is. And it's a higher location, and all it takes is a small amount of grading and a rock driveway entranceway into the shed. This is a great option. I've offered 2 other options. One is in the front. It's not the best, but it's still, you can get it 5 feet off the property line. You can put it 5 feet back and put a rock entranceway. The building can be set on concrete blocks or sonotubes filled with concrete. It's a very simple process. And then I offered the third one, and nobody wants to see it in the center of the lot, but there are trees and an oak tree in the front that the closer you put it to it, the easier it is to hide it. And then you could also put some landscaping on the sides. So no matter what, that would put it 51 feet back. So with all these options, makes less of an obtrusive addition to this home. I thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Thank you.
Good evening, Don Deal, 1580 Lambert Avenue. A couple comments first. First of all, the par board usually is lightly attended, number one. Number two, I'm no longer on the par board. If I would have been on the par board, I would have brought several of these things out that came out afterward. I was just kind of surprised that this got approved. I was not the par board. I no longer attend the par board meeting. Larry had mentioned one thing that I wanted to expand upon a little bit. He mentioned some people don't know where their property line is. This property was actually surveyed before closing on November of 2016. So it's kind of hard for me to believe that how someone would not know where their front property line is if they had it surveyed just before they closed. That particular survey was used several times. It was used for the fence permit. It was used for the driveway improvement. It was also used, as Larry mentioned, another time. So anyway, I have difficulty not understanding why someone wouldn't know where their front property line was. Also, the par board, as far as unanimous goes, a lot of times in the 23 years that I was on the par board, someone may bring up a point and the whole board shifts because of that one point that was brought up. So just because it was unanimous, even though there was one person missing, that doesn't mean a whole lot to me. Let's go over the documents that I gave you. I think that somehow we're confusing inconvenience with hardship. If you look at picture 6, picture 6 is whenever I located a shed on one of my rental properties, I located it, ironically, on the lowest part of my property that flooded both from my neighbors in the back and also from the side. Why did I do that? Because it was the least obtrusive place to put for my neighbors. It wasn't convenient for me to do that. I didn't go out and find an attorney and apply for a variance because I wanted to be a good neighbor to the neighborhood. That's picture 6. If you look at picture 7, picture 7 is Nicole. We all flood on Lambert during Nicole. Some get in the houses, some don't. If you look at the next 5 pictures, pictures 1 through 5, you'll see the weather, the radar on picture 1. I took pictures of the Ronins' property right after these rains. Some are within a couple hours, some are within maybe 4 or 5 hours. And ironically, there was no water in those locations. There was water in the driveways. You can see that was puddled both in their driveway in 2 places and also the neighbor's driveway. Then whenever you look at the exhibits 5 through 8 on what was submitted to the city, I feel some of these points are misleading. One of them was it says it floods after a light rain or a small rainfall. I didn't find that was the fact. Whenever I went down there, Exhibit 7 says this swale floods after every rain. I didn't find that was a fact whenever I went down there on those pictures that I gave to you. So I guess, again, the front yard is equal to 3 beachside lots that we have, beachside. So there's other locations. I think we can't dictate where this shed goes. We can dictate that it has to be 25 feet back, but we can't dictate where to put it. I think Mr. Howell showed a very good possibility up by the house. You might have to put it up on another block because it is a little bit lower there than the center part, but it's a viable option. That's exactly what I did with the shed that I put up. If we look at where the responsibility lies, if you look at Exhibit 1, this is what I referred to earlier. This survey was received by Mr. Ronan just before he closed on the house in 2016. That's a full-blown survey. It shows the front property line. So I don't know how we, again, would not know where the front property line was whenever that survey was received just before house closing. That same survey was used in 2017. It was also used in December of 2019. And it was used again in January of 2022. It was not used whenever the shed permit was applied for, which I don't understand why. But anyway, so I guess my point is, whenever I listen to the PAR board, I still occasionally listen to the PAR board, the word eyesore did come up. I'm not here to define eyesore, but actually the chairman of the PAR board mentioned it was an eyesore. Whenever you consider this shed may have a 25-year life. I don't think any of y'all, if you've been down Lambert Avenue, would like to look at that in your neighborhood for 25 years. So please consider that in your deliberations. Also consider, as you know, presented a letter back in earlier January where I didn't feel it met any of the 6 criteria. Mr. Torino said he felt it didn't meet 5. I think Ms. Fine, who's also been on the board for 20 years, was not there that night. I think she said she felt it didn't meet 4 of them. So anyway, regarding landscaping, my concern about landscaping is, and Larry can verify this, in the past we've approved landscaping for businesses, and a year later it's gone. So don't rely on landscaping to try and shield this from the neighborhood. That isn't going to happen. Those are my comments. Are there any questions on any of the exhibits or pictures that I've submitted at all?
Commissioners? Mayor? Okay.
Okay.
No.
Thank you for your time.
Okay.
I have comments. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. Well, I'll let you have to respond. You will not, they have an opportunity to respond to what the public says.
Yeah, so we experienced significant flood problems. Coming to my house and taking pictures after a rain and saying, I've got the same experience as that person that lives there and has to deal with the water issues we have in our front yard is obscene to even think about that. I can't imagine going to anybody's house after a rain, taking a picture and saying, this is how you experience life every day of the year. The city swale feeds water back into our property. Into our property. Doesn't take water out of our property, it feeds it into our property. You know where it does it? On the extreme north and south ends of it. If I move that building to the extreme north or south where they're recommending, they don't know because they don't live there, it's going to be flooded, it's going to get carried away in water. It can't just get moved there. It can't just get blocked up. There's a lot of reasons why it's where it is, which is why I filed a variance. I don't know why people that live over a mile away from me are so concerned about what I do on my property when people that live right beside me are just fine with it. And the petition that Mr. Howell sent out doesn't tell all the facts. It just tells their side. I saw the petition. If the petition told them all the facts, some people would say, I'm not going to sign that petition. I've got emails from people right here on my street supporting the location. I've got 3 emails from people that signed that petition that said, oh, if I knew the facts, I wouldn't have signed the petition. So it's all subjective. Everything these people are saying is subjective. They don't live on my property. They don't deal with the flooding that we have. So this is it's a witch hunt with these guys.
Kathy Find, Flagler Beach. Unfortunately, I missed the planning board meeting in January. It would not have been unanimous if I had been there. You all got a copy of my letter? Okay. Then you know what I'm going to say. There are 6 criteria that must be met, all 6 of them. By the way, we wouldn't be here tonight unless a regulation hadn't been violated. And they're asking for not, to let them do it. That's a variance. And it's serious. There's 6 criteria. All of them have to be met. If even one isn't met, the variance is not granted. I don't believe the 6 criteria were even brought up at the January meeting. I would have brought them up. I'll start with 6. It is not harmonious with the ordinance, what he has done. And it's not harmonious with the ordinances, the zoning district, and it would be detrimental to other people's property values. I can't imagine putting a shed 5 feet from this property line in your front yard.
37 feet off.
But anyway, would it be, a hardship for him to move the shed? He lives on Lambert Avenue. The properties are big. I don't think there would be a hardship, so I would have brought that one up. Does it give him a special privilege that other property owners do not have? Yes. And that's, if you use that criteria, he doesn't qualify for that. So what I'm saying is, in my mind, there are at least four that are not met of the 6. Definitely not met. And if you find even one of, do you have a copy of the LDR 80416? Good. And then you can read what I'm referring to. A variance is only given if all 6 criteria are met. If even one is not met, if they meet 5 and 1 is not met, you can deny the variance. So I just want to say that it would not have been unanimous. I was sick on the January meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments?
Just, I would like to, Mr. Ronan has complained to the city, to former manager Newsom and Mr. Whitson about the flooding on his property, and he has submitted photos, and those are back in my office, somewhere in the public comment file.
Okay, any other comments from anyone in the public? Okay, I'll bring it back to the...
Any further rebuttal from the applicant? Now that the public period is closed, it would be an opportunity for the applicant to have the last word.
Just real briefly, I think you've heard quite a bit. I just want to go a couple of the variance criteria. First, I think the word responsibility has been bandied about a little bit tonight. As I mentioned, the prior permits for my client's property were all applied for by contractors. They supplied the full permit, or the permit application. But I think that misses the whole point of how this got started. And Larry Torino showed the plans. The city staff told my client it was 30 feet from the road. I don't think that's disputed at all. It didn't have anything to do with the property line. When he came in there to apply for his permit, they told him it was 30 feet from the road. That's why it was marked 30 feet there. So that's how the whole process got started. And I think that, my client has the right to rely upon those representations from staff when he applies for his permit. If they didn't have a proper survey applied, they should have said, give us the proper survey. They didn't. So the whole thing that initiated this was representations by staff to my client. Yes, he is presumed to know what the zoning requirements are, but when staff tells you what the zoning requirements are, that's what forms your frame of mind. That's what formed his conduct. So that's why I think that under the first item for a variance, special conditions and circumstances do exist which are peculiar to this particular piece of land. Hopefully staff doesn't give everybody wrong advice about their setbacks and their zoning requirements, so that's an unusual set of circumstances. So it doesn't give any special privilege because, again, your citizens should have the right to rely upon the advice given to them by staff. It's not like this is right on somebody's property line. It's still set back 37 feet from the roadway. And so it does deprive my client under criteria number 4 that basically rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the same zoning district. This is set back, again, 37 feet from the right-of-way. And then the whole issue about being harmonious, the 2 neighbors that are directly there, not the ones that live a half mile, 3/4 a mile further down the road, said it's harmonious. And if you look at the pictures, I guess one person's eyesore is another person's shed, but it's not something that's a rust-infested, ugly-looking. It's a nice shed. It blends in with the property. if the planning board had said put some shrubs up, you can put viburnum or something else that's fast growing to block it. My clients have agreed to that since day one, so that's not a problem. But it would be if we have to now come back in, go through the whole process all over again. Our position is that's a hardship, and the responsibility lies with the staff that started this whole process in the first place. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McFadden.
I've been with the city as building official since 2011. This is the first time since I've been with the city that my staff allegedly told someone that the setback was from the road. I believe Mr. McGuire is here, who worked with the residents on their permit. If we...
Is he here now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Commission, would you like to have Mr. McGuire come up and make comments as to what? Yes, I think it's appropriate that you come up and tell us exactly what you may have told him or what your opinion is.
Were you sworn?
Yes.
And state your name for the red title for the record, please.
My name is Tim McGuire. I'm a permit tech for the city. I do remember the first moment they came in, they asked if they could have a shed in the front yard. I said I didn't think they could. I was told later that they could if it was behind the 25-foot setback from the front property line.
Okay. Comments?
And that was relayed to them as well?
Sure. Yeah, right there at the counter. When the permit come through, I don't know. Probably wasn't issued that day.
Okay. Any other comments?
Any questions from the applicant, from the witness?
Yeah, I just don't understand this process. This is something that should have come up as part of the staff reports. How is this is not due process at all, Drew? I mean, yes, my client would like to come up and rebut what this person has said, but if
You have that opportunity, and that is your due process. You have the opportunity to rebut, yes.
Okay, do you have anything else to say in regard to this?
Well, I'd also just like to say that I don't review anything or sign off on anything. So I don't approve any permits, for the record.
Okay. All right. Sir, you have a right to rebuttal if you like.
Thanks.
I'm not, first of all, I've gotten permits from Tim before. He's great to work with. I've enjoyed, he's easy to work with. He's great to work with. I love that he's in that position. So I'm going to start with that. Second of all, I've only gotten one permit from Tim in the last 1.5 years. I'm not sure how many permits Tim has to deal with every day. I suspect every week is dozens and dozens of permits. I'm not sure how he can specifically remember that very moment in time from 1.5 years ago. I can, because it's the only permit I've got. My wife was right there beside me when we went in there and asked how far does it have to be, and he said 30 feet off the road and 8 feet off the neighbor's fence. Then when we got home, a woman from the city called and said, correction, 5 feet off the neighbor's fence, not 8. That's why that number 8 is on that survey, by the way, because 8 is what they told us, 30 and 8. And then someone from the city called and said it's actually 5. So that is, and that's why it says 30 on that survey. So no offense to Tim, I don't think he's a liar. I don't think he can completely remember it because he's probably doing dozens of permits every week. So, and my wife was right there with me. So, thank you.
Okay, I mean, we could sit here all night and go back and forth about who said what. And I think that it may be a matter of communication. You know, I mean, I've pulled permits for my shed, my boathouse, and whatever, but I've always got it in writing, and that's how I did it, because I want to make sure I'm right. I'd hate to have to move my 30-foot boathouse. That's all I can say, as I would have an attorney there as well, I'll just be honest with you. But anyway, Commissioners, good, Drew,
you are moving into the public comments closed. Anything else, Dennis? Anything else from the applicant?
No, we have nothing further.
Okay, so then it's moving to your deliberations, so it's your opportunity to discuss. Ultimately, you will make a motion one way or the other. You see my notes there on your agenda. If you make a motion to approve, include in that motion the finding that it is consistent with the comprehensive plan and land development regulations. Understand that a variance by definition does deviate from specific standards of land development regulations. That is what a variance is. But you see your 6 criteria. You are finding that those 6 criteria are met if you move to approve. And if you move to deny, include in that motion any of those 6 criteria that you feel are not met. And just as general guidance, your deliberations should probably focus on those 6 criteria because those are what your decision is based on. And remember, you are sitting like a judge. You have to weigh the evidence. You are, of course, going to hear differing testimony from different viewpoints. You have to weigh that now. You have to decide which evidence is most credible, which testimony is most credible, and how it applies to those 6 criteria.
Okay, I have a question in regard to the decision that we make, and then also determining whether or not it's going to stay where it is, or is there some discussion or some particular compromises we can make in regard to where it's located now? Because there were some recommendations that our planner had made in regard to try to compromise, I believe, at one time, and that was at between 10 feet and 15 feet or something?
It would be at 15 feet from the front property line.
Okay, 15 feet.
Is that a question for me?
Yeah, exactly.
Ultimately, between you and the applicant, but if the compromise does meet code, you still have to approve a variance. It's a variance, then, so it would be, if there's that back and forth that occurs with the applicant, you, and that is what gets approved, is a agreed upon conditions to the variance that might move the location of the shed. You are still finding that the 6 criteria are met.
Okay.
So yes, you can have that back and forth with the applicant. If there are conditions that would make this more palatable, that are palatable to both of them, and help you find that those 6 criteria are met, yes, you can engage in that conversation.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we understand that there are some conditions that we can consider, and, you know, because, and I'll just make my comments. I mean, it appears that there may have been some culpability on both sides. Like I said, you know, when I made my application, I made sure I had a surveyor's copy that was legitimate, that I knew. I didn't trust my own measurements, so I used someone else's, which was, I knew had been approved. And I'm not sure what happened with the city. I don't know what comments were made. We don't have anything in writing, so there may very well be some culpability as far as the city is concerned. The permit was in fact issued, so this gentleman and his family went out to do what the permit allowed them to do. I put myself in the same position. Once I get the permit, I assume that I'm okay to move forward. If I find that I made a mistake or something else and it comes back on me later on, then I guess it's on me, but it's also on the city too. So I'm just looking at it that way. In regard to eyesore, I think someone made a comment that that's very judgmental, because what is an eyesore to you may not be an eyesore to me. And I don't think that's really something that we should be looking at here anyway. I think more critical would be not the variance, but the line itself and where it's actually located. If I heard someone saying that I would like to see it move where it's supposed to be, because what you're doing is setting a precedent for others to do the same thing, then I would feel more about where the legitimacy of moving it is. But what I see here and what I hear is that it has to do with it being an eyesore and not necessarily being approved properly. So I'm just kind of caught here, and I just want to bring that up for discussion.
Can I just weigh in on one more there? I'm not sure if, I think you might not have had this concern, but I hear it frequently on things like variances. Does this set precedent? Every variance stands on its own facts.
Okay, good.
Okay, so that was my question. Can this instance be used in a future case as, you know, supporting evidence?
If somebody were to present identical facts, you should just like a judge would, when you see the same facts, you should enter a similar decision, but it's rare that you have the same set of facts on 2 variances, and this is a very specific set of facts. So typically with variances, we do not worry too much about the precedent word, because they each stand on their own individual facts.
Thank you. Good. Mr. Cooley.
Okay, so for debating of the issue, hopefully you all got the variance standards in front of you. So when I look at the survey that was submitted for the application, Based on the placement of the text, I can't say with 100% certainty. Based on the placement of the text, it looks like it is a zoomed-in copy of the survey that the applicant has had since 16. Everything's exact. Even when you go and measure it out, all the placement in the text, it's not a new survey, so it is just another copy of that survey. So when you look at the variance standards, what I am seeing is that there's been a lot of verbiage thrown around about approving variances, and so this board may grant variances only upon finding the request meets the 6 standards. So there's been folks that have come up and spoke that said may, and they're indicating that there's subjectivity to it. Now, which there's not if you read the ordinance. But so where I see this is not meeting it is 2, 3, 4, and 6. So one could argue probably 3, 4, and 6 if they really wanted to split hairs. But when it comes down to what it is, when you look at 2, special conditions and circumstances do not result from actions of the applicant. So the applicant was the one who submitted the application. And the property line is not dictated by, it's dictated by code. It's not dictated by discussions. It's not dictated by understandings. It's not dictated by anything that is subjective. It's dictated by where the property line is. And where the property line is clearly defined on the survey. It doesn't matter if they're all the same surveys. And so I don't know if it's really wise to get into these ambiguous discussions about we don't know where the property line was, because we had the applicant had documentation showing where the property line was. So that discussion, or that argument to me is where that ends. And then that's why to split hairs over the other conditions, you still can't argue about 2. And 2 reads, the special conditions and circumstances do not result from actions of the applicant. The applicant was the one who brought the survey in to begin with. There's no ambiguity of where the property line was. So I am of the position that the variance could not be granted because it doesn't meet criteria 2. And one could argue it doesn't meet 2, 3, 4, and 6. But that's where I am. Now, as far as how we got to this point, that could be a separate discussion after. But I think the discussion needs to be about granting the variance, because to talk about moving stuff and different measurements and doing all that, it's not you either grant the variance or you don't. We're defined by the code. So that's where I'm at.
I can't vote, but I can speak.
You can speak.
Thank you. I agree with Eric. Don't fall if you chair.
That's very rare.
I was at the PAR board meeting, and it was very unfortunate that these 6 things were never even brought up. So what I remember is Larry said, how about we'll move it this far instead of the whole 25 feet. Then they got into a discussion of, well, why bother moving it at all? None of which has anything to do with how you approve a variance. So the whole process at the PAR board meeting was wrong. So when the attorney says that the PAR approved it, they didn't really approve it correctly. They didn't look at these 6 regulations. And even in number 1, on the variance things. Special conditions and circumstances exist which are peculiar to the land, not peculiar, Dennis, to how the applicant was treated by staff. You kind of switched in your lawyer speak, kind of switched things around. So looking at number 1, that special conditions and circumstances exist which are peculiar to the land. I live across the street from that house. It's the same property that everybody else on the marsh side had, on the river side, has, same existing conditions. And then I'll agree with, without having to repeat and taking up time, with what Commissioner Cooley said.
Can I add something? I feel like we're kind of going a little bit round and round. Can I offer a solution? We know the shed doesn't meet the variances. We
don't know that. That's what you're deciding.
Okay,
That's what the commission is deciding.
We're deciding it.
It's for them to decide.
Okay, well, I was just going to make the suggestion that, and I might be ahead of myself on this one. Well, I'll hold off. I'll wait until we decide that, and then I'll give my solution.
Okay, any other comments? Ready for motion?
Make a motion that we, I can't.
No.
It's the first time in 17 years this happened to me, so forgive me.
So let me ask a question, Drew. These 6 criteria have to be met.
They have to be met, and you decide whether or not they are met.
Okay.
I can't tell you whether or not they're not met. Dennis can't tell you. None of us can tell you whether they're met. You weigh the evidence to decide whether or not they are met.
Okay.
Commissioner?
No other comments?
I was waiting for the motion.
All right, motion to deny application 23-01-01-212.
Include in your motion which of the 6 criteria you are finding are not met?
2.
Just that one?
Sure, we'll keep it simple.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second.
Is there any discussion on the motion? Chair, I'm asking you to ask them.
Okay. I was going to ask, is there any discussion? I guess,
Mayor, you had something.
Yeah.
I just wanted to bring a solution to the table, because I know it's causing a lot of heartburn for the Ronins. It's causing a lot of, there's been mistakes that have been made. So my solution was going to be, because the variance was not met because of a mistake of the PAR board, when the city makes a mistake, they need to be.
I wouldn't say it's a mistake of the PAR board.
Well, it was this wasn't brought up in PAR board.
To be fair to PAR board and to Larry and your staff, these 6 criteria are in the staff report of every single variance that goes to PAR board.
Okay.
So it was in their materials. The fact that they didn't discuss it doesn't mean they didn't consider it.
I was just going to make the suggestion that the city covers the cost to move the shed.
That might be something you come back to, but probably not part of the discussion of that motion.
Okay, any other discussion? Seeing none, Penny, please call the roll.
Commissioner Cooley,
Yes, the motion.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips.
Yes.
Chair Bryan.
Yes. So the motion carries by the commission for denial.
If you want to discuss it now.
Okay, now I'd like to discuss it.
Discuss that if that's something you want to do.
That the city covered the cost to move the shed because of all of the discrepancies of the survey, the potential comments in the building department. It's a way to make something right.
My question is, how far does the shed have to be moved?
Well, and Larry, we talked about this as well yesterday. What is your opinion?
The shed need only be moved back to 10 feet. I'm sorry, 5 feet. It needs to be moved back 20 feet. And certainly the city can't dictate where the property owner places it, be at that point or beyond.
Well, that's why I'm trying to get clarification as to where you're going to move it. Are we talking about moving it to make it compliant with the ordinance that we have?
Yeah.
Well,
So there's some variables there, but to help with the mayor's thought, I think you're more gauging the sentiment of the commission to see if that's something that they would be willing to direct staff to work with the applicant on.
Right.
There was a suggestion in the packet about 50%. If you look at,
But that location would require a variance, and if the 6 criteria are not met, you can't move it to that location either.
no, I didn't know we were talking about a specific location.
That one would require a variance.
So, Mayor, are you talking about moving it 5 feet or whatever it is? That
Move it where the variance is not required.
Compliance?
Make it towards compliant.
So it's just, Larry, can you help us out here? We're talking about moving it, what, 5, 10 feet?
No, it's you're talking about moving it 20 feet.
20 feet.
It's
From where
at 5 and
where
it has to be
okay.
at 25.
From where its current location is going to have to be moved at least 20 feet.
Correct.
Okay. So any more discussion about the mayor's,
I mean, I definitely wouldn't be in line in moving it in a place that would require a variance.
Would
Correct.
not.
It would not.
And I think one of the other things I think we need to do our due diligence as a city as well is, it was mentioned about the swales, there being an issue with the swales, with the flooding concerns they've had. I think also that, that's our responsibility as a city to make sure those, swales are functioning properly, and, because I guess those were the concerns too with the flooding. So I'd ask that, Mr. McFadden, if we could have somebody go out, take a look at those swales, ensure they are doing their job, because that was one of the concerns that were brought before us, that with the flooding in that area.
well, the swales were done a couple of years ago, and it could be something else that's going on, because, I drove down there doing some flooding and all that. There's a lot of water that settles in that area, for sure.
Well, that was during the hurricane.
The groundwater there is extremely high with the rising seas, king tides. It all compounds the problem that we have throughout the city.
Okay. I have a question to the homeowner in regard to the discussion that we're having and potentially helping with moving it. Where would you see that it would provide some?
It would have to go, the only logical place that isn't in the middle of my yard, and I don't want to put it in the middle of my yard. Everybody's worried about how it looks right now. It'll look way worse in the middle of my yard, which would actually conform to the ordinance. The area that it's in right now, if I move it 20 feet closer to my house, it's in the middle of my driveway. Can't move it 20 feet straight back. If I move it 20 feet and right, it's in the middle of my yard. I can move it 20 feet and left to about 5 feet off the fence, but then it's sitting right in the area that the swale does drain back into. That swale absolutely drains into my yard. Again, you don't live there, you don't know. On both sides, that swale drains into my yard. Nothing to do with king tide, nothing to do with hurricanes. Everybody gets flooded when king tide and hurricanes come. I get particularly flooded when it rains. And we keep, thank God there's a city mosquito guy, we keep that guy busy. And he's awesome. So the only logical place would be 20 feet this way, and then 11 feet this way, and then it would be sitting right where the swale drains, and that whole area of my entire yard would have to get raised probably a foot with drainage, so that it doesn't just wash it away if I moved it in that location.
Yeah, Commissioner Cooley.
Can I just offer a suggestion? Is there any way we could have a subject matter expert work with the homeowner on potential locations? And if it's determined that there is nothing that's suitable, at that point, the applicant and the subject matter expert could, come to us for a variance, depending on the, what works out best. The variance would be the last resort, but we really owe this person Yeah, Lee, well, it can be, we don't have to even assign it. It can be, you know, just a staff member to work with them on getting this thing in the proper spot. And if something exists that we absolutely can't, then let's get them in front of us, you know, for a variance where it meets the criteria. And I think that would be the most intelligent way to go through it. Do you all agree? Or?
Yeah. No, I agree with that as well, but is it still going to meet number 2?
Well, we have the homeowner now working with a subject matter expert from the city, so you're basically eliminating them.
Well, let's start there. Let's start with, if that's your direction, let's take that direction. Let's see where it goes.
Okay, I think that's great.
Can I interject something, please, kindly?
Sure.
I think if you're going to go that route, that you need to institute some parameters. And those parameters being, if you're just going solely on the topographical grades of the lot, there's going to be a lot of conjecture, because you could find almost every spot in that yard, from everything that I've seen, that isn't a good location other than where it is. So what I'm saying is, it's located now where it is with really minimal elevation that allows it to be accessible and keeps it from being flooded under normal conditions. So if you're looking at any other site on that property, it's going to be affected by how high do you have to raise it? Will it be accessible? You get into those kind of factors. So I think it has to be one, look at the grade, existing grade. Is there another spot in that yard where it will go? If there is a potential location, would it have to be elevated higher than it is now? So I'm saying, you know, you have to have some. I believe you have to have.
I think they grasp that. I think that's why Commissioner Cooley was trying just to give it out to staff, so staff can work with the applicant and they can have those conversations, because we don't have that information tonight, so they can't. So I think that's part of what you want to accomplish with your proposed direction.
Right, because if you're working with a subject matter expert, right, and you go through
I think everybody understands. Yes, I'm trying to move us, because we're still making a record here.
Yep.
So I think if that's the direction, give the direction, and let's move on.
Okay. Do we have a consensus? That's
yes.
Okay. All right. So Rick, you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Get with Mr. McFadden, and he will work with you guys to see if we can come up with a solution, and hopefully we can come up with something. Okay.
Okay. Thanks for your time.
Thanks a lot.
15, in case you're lost. Now we go to 15.
We're on 15.
We need 15.
We're all over the place, aren't we?
Item 15. I thought you wanted a 15-minute break. I was like, holy crap. I was like, we having dinner?
Okay, we're going to go to item number 15. Does anyone need to take a break?
I'd like to get them out of here, so let's.
All right. I'll take it as I need it.
You want a break now?
No, fine.
You want a break now?
Okay?
I'll do a quick break. I'm good with a quick break.
No, we're okay. We'll just keep moving. All right, number 15. Interim City Manager Employment Agreement. Okay, how do we want it? Oh, that's right. We just want to get Larry out of here. Okay, I'm sorry.
I had it after this, but okay.
Larry, there, going to 19, before you sit down.
Just the one item.
Okay, item number 19.
So we can advertise, as you've seen in the packet, and as I'm sure you know, Mr. Torino has selfishly decided to retire.
I say no.
I'm teasing.
Larry, I feel your pain.
Motion denied.
So we're just looking, right now, he's currently budgeted as a part-time position. He has provided in the packet a current list of development projects that he's been involved in, and also administrative projects. And it is my understanding Larry was going to continue to work as a consultant to work on the amendments to the land development regulations.
Ooh, thank you, Larry.
But these other items are very important, and there's also development coming. We've been discovered. If you could, first of all, provide direction to Liz, and I should go back. We've also provided to you a job description, a paper showing the Larry's estimated projected contracted salary. That was in here, and also Liz provided a pay range. The first item is from the recent salary study that was done on this pay range, and that is what the company Evergreen came back with, and the other amounts Liz got from surrounding municipalities.
Okay, Liz.
That paper handy.
I mean, my opinion is that, I think that, and we talked about this before, this is probably a position that we should have been recruiting for probably 6 months ago, maybe a year ago. So that being said, what would be your recommendations at this point as far as finding a full-time planner? Because I think that's my opinion, that we should be recruiting for a full-time planner, because this is one of the most,
thank you, Drew,
one of the most critical positions that we have in the organization.
Well, I think I'm just looking for direction because it is budgeted as a part-time.
Okay.
Do we want to go forward and make that a full-time planner position?
Yes.
Yes. We've worked Larry full-time. We need full-time.
Okay. I think you just got a consensus of yes, but I guess the next question is budgeting, which we'd have to start budgeting for that in the next budget. Because by the time you bring someone on, it's going to be in the next, probably in July, August. Anyway.
Hopefully not. Hopefully it'll be before that.
We could do an amendment.
Okay.
It can be through an amendment. A budget amendment can also come back to you, and then we'd also be coming back to you with probably a contract for Larry to work as a consultant.
Okay, so do you want to have that come back to the next meeting, or next?
And just
let's just agree on it now.
Well, we don't have the contract. Well, I'll need to put that together. Yeah. But in concept, because this is I know Mr. Trino, and you all know Mr. Trino, and you know his dedication to the city, and he is diligently making sure that balls don't drop out of the sky, all the balls that are up there. So he is already putting in time. And I know we don't have a contract tonight, but can you as a group give him that assurance that he will be compensated for the time he's putting in?
Yes.
Yes.
I guess.
So keep keeping track of that time. That is the direction of Mr. Trino.
Yes.
Keep track of all of that time.
Gee, you've been working for free all this time. Now you want money?
Well, no, I actually have to be honest with you. I called Drew the end of last week, and, what do I do? I'm kind of in limbo. And he said, take a few days off. And I said, how do you do that? But no, in all sincerity, I appreciate this, but what I really need direction on is the list of projects that are active. The Land Development Code stands on its own. I did provide an updated schedule of completion for that. And I do apologize, but part of that schedule says on hold, and it really was put on hold because I just couldn't devote the time to it. But I think we can get it on track and get it done in the time frame that we have, as long as the young lady next to me allows her staff to help me out with, as she has been, with the reprinting of it. But the other thing is, I don't know what the city plans are for the active projects. There's 11 in the pipeline. There's 2 more that I know are coming on track, both mixed-use buildings, one of which is a significant mixed-use building on the corner of North 2nd Street in A1A. So from my standpoint, this retiring is bittersweet. You know, I've said it time and again, I have a dedication to this city, and Penny uses the term consultant. I would challenge Drew. I don't want to be called a consultant. It could be an associate contractor. I don't care what terminology, but I don't want to be referred to as Larry the consultant is coming here. I'm not a consultant. You know, I'm a team player here, so we have to craft it that way.
Oracle it is.
Yeah. But anyway, if I could, I would like to stay actively involved. Caliber Car Wash is under construction. We have the dental office. We have the tire. We have several that are active, and we don't have anyone on staff. Like Rick always tells me, he does buildings, I do trees. So I would like to know before a CO is issued that they've met the requirements of the approved final site plan. And if I need to go out there, I mean, it's not, I don't know how the contract would be crafted.
And that's actually why I leaned forward to ask a question, because I think Larry makes a very good point. And even once you bring on a planner, I think it would be wise of me, if you so direct, to draft that contract where he can stay on in that outside team player role, because whoever you bring into this city is going to need help coming up to speed.
And I got a suggestion on that. I would recommend crafting the contract to reflect a lot like Kathleen had, where you remember that it was hourly, and it enabled her to still be a consultant even after we brought the new person on. There's no hour limitations. You know, there's as much or as little as needed or desired, and then that can be worked out with Larry in the city. We don't want to overwork them, but at the same time, there's a lot of things that we need them for that it would be too hard to compartmentalize in a contract. And so Kathleen had one that was like an hourly basis style.
It would be very much like the relationship you have with me, actually. Very similar to that relationship.
You're way too expensive. Are you okay with that?
No, I'm good with that. Just at the same hourly rate I'm being paid now. I have to say this, I was, when Penny mentioned a consultant, I said, Penny, if it's going to be consultant service, the hourly rate's going to double. And I said, I'm not in it for the money, so I'm good.
We appreciate that, Larry. Okay. We have direction?
I do full-time.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is scary, Eric.
Well, we agreed twice in a minute.
Yeah.
So we'll
It's
start.
all going to fall apart next meeting.
So question for Liz, where will you advertise the position? Will you?
Sure.
How will you put it out on our website?
First, you have a copy. Larry updated the job description. That's in your packets. We will advertise internally. And speaking with Larry, he reminded me how we went about it last time. We will advertise in various locations on the website. It'll be,
Florida Planning and Zoning Association and the American
Institute certified.
Okay. Florida League of Cities.
Yep. Yes.
That would be my recommendation as well, FPZA and the APA.
Have we thought about reaching out to the other municipalities and the counties to see what applications or resumes that they've received as well as a suggestion?
I can. I have in the past. It's worth a shot.
Yep, it's worth a shot.
Okay. Thanks, Liz.
Okay.
So, no formal action, we just give you...
Directing me to work out a contract with Mr. Trino, that's the direction I've taken.
Yeah.
Okay. See if we can play catch up now.
No, we still, now 15.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. Thank you, Larry.
Good night, Larry. Thank you. Now we do 15.
Now it's 15, yeah. Okay, the next item is the, then we'll take a break. Interim City Manager Employment Agreement. And as I think everyone probably knows by now, that last week when we started out, we had 3 applicants for consideration to come back today, and we're now down to 1. Mr. Abels is still hanging in there. So Mr. Abels, if you'd like to come up and make a few comments, we appreciate it. I think we've all had an opportunity to meet with you earlier today, and really appreciate you coming up, but welcome.
Well, thank you. It's very good to be here. It's kind of interesting, the conversation. Your last agenda item has some strong parallels to what we're talking about now. And he's left, but I was going to tell him that retirement's good. So,
yet here you are.
Yeah, here I am. Chair, Mayor, Commission, it's good to be with you tonight. Let me tell you, because not everyone that's here tonight knows exactly who I am. My name is Mike Abels. I'm a former city manager in DeLand, also Palm Bay, Longwood, Florida, and Defiance, Ohio. In addition to my city management experience, I've also taught at University of Central Florida and Stetson University. So that's a very brief synopsis of my background. Let me tell you, you're considering tonight the options that you have to help Mr. McFadden in transition to a new city manager. So let me, if I can, if you'll allow me to tell you what my limitations are and what I could do for you. I am retired, as was mentioned. I am available to assist the city in whatever way that you feel would be wise for Flagler Beach. Let me tell you why I became interested. As you know, last year I facilitated a strategic planning process for the city, for the commission, and from that I learned a lot of the challenges and opportunities that the city of Flagler Beach is going to face during the next 10 to 15 years. And to be honest with you, I was fascinated. I'm fascinated with the governing structure that you have and the planning that you have done for meeting the challenges that you have in the future. So that's why when Ken Parker, who is a range rider for FCCMA, contacted me and said, Mike, would you be interested, would you be willing to put your name forward as an interim city manager? I said, yes, Ken, I would. I will come out of retirement to do that. There are some limitations that I have. I have some, I'm just going to assume a parameter, assuming that I start as an interim city manager the first week in March, which would be March 3rd, I can only give to the city of Flagler Beach 6 months. That's it. I'm not interested in a full-time job. If you offered me a full-time job, I'd have to decline. I would not put my name in for the search for the city manager. All I would do is I would serve as an interim. And I would have to do that with the understanding that interim service would end the 1st of September. So that would be the time limit that I would have. There are some other limitations that I do have, is that I have some medical issues in my family that would require me on March 21st to be off for 2 weeks. And then I would also be in a status the 3rd week where I would not be able to be full-time because I'm going to have to be a caregiver for that week. But I would be available for part of that week. The first 2 weeks I'd be available by telephone, computer, but I would not be able to visit or attend any matters at Flagler Beach. So those are the limitations I have. I do have some personal planning that I have during that 6-month period that would require a day here, 2 days there, that I would have to be off, as well as some medical attention things that I have already planned that would require me not to be able to come to Flagler Beach. I would be able to attend by telephone, computer, Zoom, whatever we would do. So that is my availability as an interim city manager. I would offer you a second option if the chair would allow me the option to do that. You could, either with myself or another retired city manager, you could have us come in and take projects and assist Mr. McFadden if he would be willing to continue service as the acting. Myself or someone else could come in and serve on it as what I would call just a project team member to do whatever assistance we could do. With that, I would, again, my own personal service, I would only be available for a 6-month period. And then I would have to have a time period when I was no longer available. So that is pretty much my availability, what I offer to the city of Flagler Beach as an interim, as also as a project manager. I like that, not a consultant. That is a bad word, so we will use as a project assistant or aide or liaison, however you would like to phrase it. So I would be happy to answer any questions you may have that you would have to present to me.
Well, one of the things you didn't mention is that you are a veteran Ranger, U.S. Army, and National Guard. I want to thank you for your service.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Bryan, but I will, I was not a Ranger of Special Forces.
Special Forces?
Yes.
Oh, that's a little tougher. Special Forces. But anyway, thanks a lot. One of the questions I had is that during your period, and I think we kind of talked about this, once you come on board, would you be amenable to helping to start the process of actually recruiting for a permanent city manager? Because I think we could say that's something that should probably start sooner than later.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I think to meet that 6-month time frame that I have, you would have to start immediately.
Okay.
I would highly recommend that to do that, and this is not an inexpensive process, but that you would engage with a professional human resource firm, executive management company. There are executive management companies that recruit specifically for city managers, and that we solicit proposals from 3, hopefully get 3 proposals. You consider those proposals very, very quickly. Bring the executive recruitment firm on board, and then that would give you probably, I would guess, 4.5 to 5 months during that you'd have in the interim period to bring on a new city manager. But I think that's critical, but it is going to require an investment.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cooley.
So it sounds like you can help us lead that charge too, in addition, because we're going to need your expertise and guidance on that as far as time frames, making sure we meet the sense of urgency, getting the right companies that specialize in that you can aid in all of that. That would basically be, I would assume, if y'all are okay with it, like one of your main projects and objectives as the city manager is to accomplish that goal with us.
I think that would be project number 1.
Okay.
I don't have any.
No, I'm not with them.
God, you guys must have worn him out earlier.
We had a chance to talk earlier, so we got a lot of that out.
I would like to add, just for the public to know, that as soon as Mr. Abels put his name in the hat to be an interim candidate, there was people coming out of the woodwork giving him wonderful recommendations, and it was really nice to see that. I was getting them all the way up into walking into the meeting. So you have really left an impact on your cities, so thank you.
As I mentioned, Mayor, that is a very nice compliment to receive. Very often you never hear that, so I appreciate the reflection that you've given me. Thank you.
Okay, I mean, some of the questions that I'd had from the public, they said, well, he lives in DeLand, that's going to be a long way to travel. And then I thought about our city attorney. He could probably commute together. Yeah, Rick's down there too. But then he, when I talked to him, and I realized that we're about the same age, and he has about as much energy as I do. And I said, okay, we can do this. So I'm okay.
All my questions were answered when I met with him, so.
All right.
Yeah, mine as well.
Okay, so we're ready to make some decisions here? Public comment? Okay, open this up for public comment.
Good evening, Scott W. Spradley, Yorkshire Drive, Flagler Beach. I always have my eye on what's happening in the city as kind of a double stakeholder, as a resident and a business owner. And I've had a chance to talk briefly with Mr. Abels. I've also spoken with most of you about your conversations with Mr. Abels, and I've looked at other information. And from my point of view, he checks all the boxes, for one thing, for what we're looking for, someone able to plug and play, drop in, with the experience that he has. And therefore, I don't know why we would need to have an alternative to that, meaning look for somebody else. Because if he's not offered a position and doesn't accept the position tonight, to look for somebody else. Every day that the city does not have an interim city manager delays the beginning of the search for the city manager. So you're really, any day after today, the more you go, more days that pass, the more days that search will not begin. The other thing is, I like the fact that, and I spoke with Commissioner Cooley about this before, I like the fact that he's got a 6-month time frame, because that'll make sure that this commission, you see an endpoint that you have to make some decisions on the city manager, and I think that's a good thing. The last search didn't have an end to it, and that search lasted a year. So that might be a good thing. But from my viewpoint on this side of the dais, I think he'd be an excellent hire for the city.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission here, and I guess we have two things we need to consider here, whether or not we're going to hire him as an interim or as I won't use the word consultant, advisor.
Well, I'm going to make a motion that we ask the attorney to meet with Mr. Abels to come up with a contract.
There's a contract in the packet. That was why I was.
Well, and I think this is fine.
And I don't know if Mr. Abels, can we invite Mr. Abels back up to the podium? Sure, because absolutely. I don't know if he's had it. Penny wasn't distributed to Mr. Abels. I don't know if he's had an opportunity to look at it.
You haven't seen it?
I did not send it to him directly.
Okay.
I did have a suggestion for the contract, though.
I have some too, based on what he said at the podium.
I would make this 6 months.
I already added that. I added several things. So for his benefit, as he looks at it, I've added from the earlier email, I think there was a March 1 start date, so I've added that to term just in handwritten notes here. Interim services to end September 1, 2023. Based on what the comments he said about needing some days off, I actually, in section 5, keep the first sentence regarding scheduled holidays, but there where you have the next one, which is vacation leave, and then the third paragraph is sick leave. I've recommended rolling those two concepts together, sick leave and vacation leave, and letting it be 18 hours of accrual of away time every month. So that lets him kind of manage it however he needs to between vacation and sick. I did go ahead and write in the dates that he's already given you, beginning March 21, that he would be, I've just written it as off March 21 for that, March 21 for 2 weeks, off for 2 weeks. He could choose to, just as I will be doing next week when I'm out, choose to participate to the extent he can if he does, but he has that time off already built into the contract, and also the same for the third week. So really it'd be beginning March 21, 3 weeks of already known away from the office time. Those are the comments. Those are the changes that I made to what you have there. And he obviously needs some time to review and think about that. So,
question for Mr. Abels. Are you all done, Drew?
Yes, sir.
Just had a question for Mr. Abels. Would you be able to come up? Mr. Abels, so the 2 weeks that you need off, You mentioned that you'll be available, so I would consider that more of working remote than taking time off. I just want to make sure that we kind of have our own expectations matched to yours. Does that sound kind of like what it is?
I wished I could tell you I knew, but I don't. My concern is let's assume that the demands on my time require me to spend no more than an hour a day, 2 hours a day. I would think that is not your expectations. I just can't really give you a good answer. I don't know. But my concern is I think that it's the best thing to do is assume that I have no availability during that period of time, and then if I do, then that's just a plus. The one suggestion that, and I can work with the attorney about this, I really don't need fringe benefits at all, other than liability insurance. And that could be built back into the compensation based upon what, say, the former city manager's fringe benefit package was.
That's section 4, you're saying you can take that out of the health, disability, life insurance, you don't need?
Yeah, no, I don't need that. And so I would think the compensation package would be basically whatever the prior manager was making carried out into this contract, and that would be it. And then you build in a base for whatever your percentages of the fringe benefits into that. The mileage allowance and things would only be on city business, travel back and forth to the land.
Be from home to work, but
No.
anything that you had to travel away from that was other than the year, that
Yes.
would be included in the mileage.
Yes. To be honest, I've not had a time to really read through the contract and digest it well, but
What we can do actually is you have, and so with those changes I've discussed, you can authorize mayor to sign if Mr. Abels is good with it and if there are changes necessary. If they're non-substantive changes, as I suspect they will be, because he's not being very demanding, and I tried to put together a fairly straightforward and simple contract. You could authorize mayor to sign, because I know, what I'm working with is I know he's available March 1, and I know you'd like to have him on board as soon as possible, and that buys you a week before our next meeting.
I'm okay with that. Plus, Mr. Abel said we need to have a sense of urgency with this.
Yeah. I do have one question. Would you be willing to put a brief clause in there that said that there's an option for extending that timeline at the discretion of our agreement between you and the city? In other words,
we don't have to.
We don't have to do that?
We don't have to. If we get to September, if we get to August 31st and there's still not somebody there, and we go to him and say, hey, can you extend? I'll just draft that and we'll extend it. He doesn't have to put it into this one.
All right, I just want to make sure.
But I think it's important to understand that my personal planning does not allow that type of an extension.
Okay.
And I just want to make sure that, because we're clear, because if a city manager's on board by that point, I certainly would come back for a day here, a day there. I'd work it in order to make sure he or she was familiar with whatever I was working on at that particular time. And for example, now, even though the contract wouldn't be enforced, I don't know which direction you're going to take, but assume you go with the interim, I would contact Mr. McFadden, because we'd need to start working pretty quickly on getting that executive search firm in.
Okay.
And get proposals for you.
Okay, any other questions?
I have a question.
Sure, go ahead.
Penny, that's the one link I have in there's compensation. What was the compensation rate for?
Oh, Mr. Winter?
Yes. 127 was the contract rate. That was 127? So that blank would be 127 plus, and Liz and I could work with the monetizing of that benefits package that he's asking to be monetized rather than given.
Mm-hmm.
So we could change that number. So if you make that motion with a little bit of discretion to mayor to accept non-substantive changes, then I think we can get it done, hopefully.
Okay.
Thanks.
Did you get a first and a second there? Did you get those two?
I didn't hear who said so moved.
Jane was so moved. Eric was, what term did you use?
I was moved also.
That, got it.
Please call the roll.
I'm going to start
Yes.
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 Yes, the motion.
Yes. And the motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Stables. We look forward to it.
Thank you.
Very much. Welcome.
Now we take a break?
Okay, we can take a 10-minute break. Then we'll go back to number 10. Okay, we're back from our break. And we'll get started on the next item, which was number 10. Disaster recovery.
Yes, that is Maggie. Let me see if I can pull her up. Freezing in here.
That's me.
Maggie, can you hear me? Oh, perfect. Let me turn the TV up. Get that removed. All right, let me get the volume up and you are up. All right, go ahead.
It needs permission for me to screen share.
All right. Oh, sorry.
No problem.
There we go. There we go.
All right, I'll try again.
Letting you know, let me share. Select the doesn't. There we go.
We're up?
Yep.
Okay, perfect.
I can get rid of that. We are.
Awesome.
All right.
Okay, cool. And I am going to go ahead and I'm going to turn off my video, but I wanted to say hi before we get started.
Can everybody in the back hear?
Yes.
Yes. Perfect. All right.
You good?
We're good.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Penny. Appreciate it. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for having us. My name is Maggie Steenberg. I work for IEM. I'm the project manager overseeing our contract to provide disaster recovery services to Flagler Beach. There we go. IEM, for those who may not be familiar with our work, our mission is to build a safe, secure, and resilient world. We accomplish this by working closely with government agencies and private sector organizations around the world to improve disaster preparedness, response, recovery, and mitigation, as well as strengthen homeland security and defense, public health, cybersecurity, and critical infrastructure. IEM recently celebrated its 38th year in business, and we are honored to have had the opportunity to successfully serve more than 400 clients in all 50 states and over 15 countries. Currently, we are providing disaster recovery support services to the city for Hurricanes Matthew, Ian, and Nicole. Specifically, we have had staff on the ground since October of 2022, and we work closely with the city staff on all areas of FEMA financial recovery. Our primary focus is on advising on, preparing, and submitting the city's projects for funding under the FEMA Public Assistance Grant Program. We also provide guidance on hazard mitigation opportunities and additional funding that may be available through the Public Assistance Mitigation, as well as FEMA's Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. We also attend all recovery meetings and coordinate with various stakeholders, including the county emergency management, state and federal agencies, and the city's contracted engineering and architecture firms. So you may have seen us at some of the public forums, as well as some of the discussions that have gone on around the pier redesign and the public meetings for following the disasters. For those who are not familiar with it, a little bit of background on what the Public Assistance Program even is. So the FEMA Public Assistance Program provides supplemental federal funding for debris removal and emergency protective measures, as well as the restoration of disaster damaged publicly owned facilities. It encourages the development of hazard mitigation measures to protect against future losses. So there is funding available in addition to the recovery, the direct recovery from the disaster to help build back better. Notably, however, the PA program does not provide assistance to individual homeowners or businesses. There's obviously a lot of resources out there, and I know that you guys have heard from others recently with SBA as well as the Individuals and Households program, but public assistance in this case is focused specifically on the city and the city's facilities. There are 4 main pillars of eligibility for the PA program. IEM works closely with the city staff to review all your damages, your work, and the expenses you've incurred in order to ensure that you meet eligibility requirements for all of these pillars before we submit things to FEMA. We also validate the supporting documents, perform internal compliance reviews, and package items to ensure smooth reviews by FEMA and to help expedite approvals and ultimately the funding. FEMA allows 6 months for the completion of emergency work and up to 18 months for the completion of permanent work. So in this case, what they would consider emergency work would be your debris removal and your emergency protective measures, and then permanent work would be the other categories of work like roads and bridges, fixing the parks, damaged utilities, and things like that. In the event of extenuating circumstances, we are able to submit requests for time extensions beyond these regulatory timeframes, and those would have to get approved by the state and FEMA, provided all justifications have been met and we have a work plan in place to ensure that completion of the project stays on track. This is a reimbursement program, and the eligible disaster costs are shared between FEMA, the state, and the city. Generally, that split would be 75% federal and 25% non-federal. The state of Florida is unique in that it chooses to split that non-federal cost share with the applicants. So in your case, that would be 12.5% coming from the state and 12.5% from the city. I did want to point out, however, that there are options or opportunities on occasion where FEMA chooses to pay more than 75% for the federal cost share. In the case of Hurricane Ian, for example, they offered an incentive whereby anyone who completed their work for debris or emergency protective measures within the first 60 days would have all of those costs reimbursed at 100% federal cost share. This was a huge advantage to the city, and the city staff were proactive and they worked quickly and efficiently to complete all of the debris cleanup and the emergency work within that time frame. So in the case of Hurricane Ian, you were able to see the benefits of that 100% cost share, and the city will be reimbursed the full amount for the emergency work for that disaster. The main participants in the public assistance process are FEMA as the awarding agency, the state of Florida as the primary recipient, and then the city as the applicant. IEM in this case is contracted as an authorized representative of the city and to provide subject matter guidance and to be a partner for the city throughout the grant life cycle. The PA program is divided up into 7 distinct phases, which you can see here. During phase 1, this is generally where you would see most of the initial coordination with the state. The city would submit a formal request to apply for the grant. We would hold a kickoff, or what FEMA calls a recovery scoping meeting. During phase 2, the city has 60 days from that kickoff or recovery scoping meeting in which to identify and report all damages, and then to logically group all of those damages into projects. During phase 3, once all of the damages are identified, we would write detailed scopes of work, and actual or estimated costs will be developed for all of the projects. We also spend time in this phase validating expenses and performing compliance reviews to ensure everything meets all of the eligibility requirements that we mentioned previously prior to submission to FEMA. At this stage, during phase 4, all of your projects are submitted, and then the state and FEMA perform their own reviews. The projects go through extensive review queues with both the state and FEMA with a number of different specialists. They're looking for eligibility, they're reviewing insurance proceeds, they're ensuring that all projects have met environmental and historic preservation rules. There's quite a few reviews that this goes through. If at any point there are questions or items come up that FEMA is unclear on, they do send those back to the city. We have the opportunity to respond to these formal requests for information, and if we need to make any corrections, those are made at this point as well. During phase 5, Once your projects have been approved by the state and by FEMA, the funds are then awarded or obligated to you as an applicant. The funds are sent directly to the state, and they go into what they call a Smart Link account, and they hold on to those. The city then has a transition in the overall grant management process between FEMA and the state. So at this point, the state becomes sort of the driver of the recovery process and the management of the grant. During phase 6, your small projects, once they have been awarded and the money has been obligated, can be paid directly to the city once they have been awarded. Your large projects, on the other hand, must have all of the work fully completed and documented before those funds can be drawn down out of that state piggy bank where they've been sitting. So during this phase, it's important that the city continues to complete the work on these large recovery projects. And they also have to provide quarterly progress reports regarding the status of the work, as well as the amount of money that has been spent. The state keeps track of this to ensure that all of the projects are on track, to identify any hiccups or items that might be holding up progress on these recovery projects. Any substantial changes to your scope of work must also be captured during this phase, and we would write project amendments as needed. Phase 7 is the last phase of the process. At this point, all of the work should be complete, should be documented, and all of the funds paid to the city. This phase includes a formal reconciliation of all of the accounts, followed by individual closeout for each project, and then finally closeout for the overall disaster. As you can see here, at present, the city of Flagler Beach has 3 open disasters that are currently with FEMA with grant applications for public assistance. Hurricane Matthew, which happened in 2016, is currently in phase 6. Hurricanes Ian and Nicole, which occurred this past fall, are in phase 3 and phase 2 respectively. Looking ahead to specific updates on these 3 disasters, Hurricane Matthew has 15 total projects that were written and obligated. The city will be submitting a time extension request within the next week to extend the pier replacement project for an additional 3 years until March 2026. This is based on the construction timeline that was recently provided by the design engineers and reviewed during the public meeting. Hurricane Ian has 17 total projects. At this point, we are currently validating all of the costs and working closely with the city to prepare all of the documentation for submission to FEMA. Hurricane Nicole, which is a little bit earlier in the process, we are currently working with all of the department heads to compile your damages and prepare those initial cost estimates in order to submit the final damage inventory to FEMA. So this one we do not have projects developed formally for this one yet, but that will be forthcoming once we lock in the damaged inventory. On this slide, you can see the full list of the Hurricane Ian projects. In the interest of time, we won't go through all of these, but I did want to point out, you'll notice the first 4 projects here are for debris removal and emergency protective measures. These were the projects that I mentioned previously where the staff had worked quickly to complete all of the work, to document everything, and to fully substantiate all of these expenses within that 60-day window. So for the first 4 projects, you can expect to receive 100% of the eligible funds from the federal cost share. So no local cost share for these first 4 projects, which is fantastic. With the rest of these projects, it's not super descriptive from the titles, but just so you have an idea of what types of items are going into these recovery projects and are being submitted to FEMA. Obviously, you have the costs for your debris removal, including your debris contractor and your debris monitor. You have emergency protective measures, which includes things like sandbags, pre-storm preparations, temporary stabilization measures for, let's say, the pier, the boardwalk, the A-frame, any damage to the buildings that you guys had to shore up or stabilize to prevent further loss or access from the public. And this also includes things like your staff who were working throughout the storm, who were working both pre, during, and post-storm, their labor, the use of their city-owned vehicles and equipment. You have road and bridge damage. There were a number of places in the city that were flooded and that sustained some minor damage to the road surfaces. Equipment and not only damage to equipment, but also use of equipment is being tracked and those expenses submitted. Your water control facilities and your utilities, including your lift stations and the water treatment plant. Parks and recreation. This includes things like your golf course, the clubhouse, the beach itself, the dune walkovers, which obviously are a big ticket item and a huge priority for the city, as well as the pier project. Oops, sorry about that, guys. Also wanted to point out that in addition to damages and physical work, the money that we submit to, or the cost that we submit to FEMA also includes things like supplies or items that you guys may have already had in stock, but you took out of stock to use on this disaster. On the next slide, you can see your upcoming deadlines. So this is not an exhaustive list. There's quite a few steps in the process, as you can see, but these are sort of the major deadlines that are coming up, and kind of the schedule that we're anticipating for the completion of all three of these disasters. So you can see here, the earliest deadlines are here in March, and then the latest deadline that we anticipate is in early 2026 with the permanent work deadline for Hurricane Matthew and the completion of that large pier redevelopment project. And with that, with that, I will end it on our contacts. If there are any items that come up after this, if anyone has questions, this is our contact information. We are here, we are available. You can always reach us, obviously, through the city staff, or feel free to contact us directly, and we'd be happy to answer any additional questions that you guys have.
Okay, thank you, Maggie.
That's all for me, Penny.
Commissioners, do you have any questions?
Thank you.
No?
Nope.
Eric, come on, Maggie, Eric has questions.
Well, I noticed that Irma, which was our most destructive hurricane, was not on this. Is there a reason for that?
You guys actually did have a claim for Hurricane Irma, and the city staff actually managed that in-house. So that is not currently on our scope of work, because the city was able to complete all of that work. Hurricane Irma obviously was in 2017. So the time limit on permanent work for that had already ended prior to us being hired onto the city in 2022.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's it. Thank you, Maggie.
Of course. Thanks, guys.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Okay, we'll move on to number 11, Resolution 2023-03.
Well, Eric has recommended that we
Switch, which one?
12 and 11.
That's right, 12. 12 first.
Yeah, that's right.
Approving the piggyback. Okay. See who's taking the lead on that, Fire Chief?
Good evening, Commission, Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to give you a brief overview of kind of where we're at with the hydrant program here in the city. And right out of the gate with the paperwork that you should have in front of you, the budget amendment is stated in item 12 for $69,327 and change. The actually amended amount is what you would see in the packet for replacement and repair, and that would be for $54,470.73. So again, just to a little bit of the history of where we are right now and how we got here. When Supervisor Watts resigned his position, we had started speaking. Supervisor Cruz came into the role. I would start to give oversight with the hydrant program in the city. Previously to that, I would get a report every year of the flow rates, what was tested, where they were tested, and what was in bad repair. Supervisor Watts had attempted multiple years to increase the rate for hydrant replacement and repair. I followed up with the previous city manager of what we had in the budget, and as I got with Supervisor Cruz, it was determined that the $15,000 that was there steadily for maintenance had never changed. So the additional $50,000-$60,000 that we were looking for each year to look at that roughly half a dozen hydrant replacement annually was never put in the budget. So as Supervisor Cruz and I met with R&M Solutions, which is the company that has been in town now for 7 years to take care of our hydrants, which is also on state contract with piggyback with Seminole County. We had asked them to come up with a plan for us that we could deliver to the city as far as right here, right now, and what we'd be looking at the next year. And then there was a conceptual plan in addition for the hydrants on A1A. So what you have in front of you in your work, Supervisor Cruz has given you several pictures of bad hydrants in disrepair throughout the city. I'd also put my safety memo together and give some, for instance, of outside of total replacement, we have buried hydrant, upper barrel replacement, lower barrel, bolt replacement. There's bonnets in bad repair. We've got some dangerous hydrants out there. What you're looking at in these numbers, if there's an upside to it, you have two quotes. The first one is $14,856.38. That's based on roughly 50 hydrants throughout the city and outer lining areas. That's for the maintenance of the hydrants. That's painting, scraping, lube, flow testing. We have the money, I should say Supervisor Cruz has the money in her budget to accomplish that. What we need to look at and where the budget amendment would come in specifically would be the $54,470.73. That would include hydrant replacement and some of the other discrepancies that I previously mentioned. In addition to that, the city needs to prepare herself for a carbon copy of this next year. And we're going to have to start wrapping our minds around there's going to need to be replacement every year for hydrants when we're talking about hydrants, some of them still from the 60s and the 70s.
Jeez.
Yeah.
The outside of that, one other thing that we're going to have to start looking at, and I would be in complete agreement, and I'm speaking for Jennifer as well, I know she is, A1A, which is getting a salt blast every day. Those hydrants need to start to look at a 10-year replacement plan. It had been posed to me about, is there some different materials that we could use as far as hydrant? We can certainly look into that, composites or what out there, but those hydrants, you can imagine they're getting salt blasted every day. They're not getting the time that we're going to get even a couple blocks over. So in a nutshell, and then I'm going to turn it over to Supervisor Cruz. All right. Our plan, what we're presenting is where the delta is right now is this 54,000 and change. We're requesting that, and I will let Rhonda speak to it if need be. The funds, as far as I recollect from her, have been identified in a contingency within Public Works to take care of this. But there is a true safety concern if one of our Public Works folks or one of our firefighters, God forbid, works a bonnet like this under that pressure and they take it in the face. I don't need to end that story.
One of the pictures, it was hard to get a good picture of it because of the sun, but one of them actually has like a huge, so you have the top of the hydrant where it's bolted down where you actually can turn it on.
It's all rusty.
It's missing chunks of the metal itself. So I've taken a picture of like the top of it and then like the side of it, and it's hard to see, but it's got the whole, they're in really bad shape.
Jennifer, I have a question. I know you're working on them and trying to play catch up. Like, many other things we are around the city. Once you get these up to par and replace them and all of this, I'm sure you're going to put them on a regular maintenance schedule where you could be able to keep up with them. And even on the ocean, would a regular maintenance schedule help, preserve them and prevent having to find extra composites or thing like that? Or
Well, we do a maintenance plan every single year, but
Okay.
the paint is what kind of helps keep them.
Right.
But I mean, it's just, I don't think there's much you can.
I mean, what this group has done, and we found that it works very well for us. Obviously, we have a vested interest in making sure our water supply is sound. Jennifer, she's got a lot of irons in the fire. R&M has done a great job to preserve those hydrants along A1A. And even if they're going back and scraping and painting, the results that we're finding, even with that, at best, we're going to get that 10 years. After 2-3 years, they look like they're 20 years old. So they're going back to them, scraping them down, lubing them up, painting them again. The reality of it, they're not going to last on A1A. And if we can find some different materials that are out there, but that's an option we can research with them.
Tough environment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of limited on how they make those and what they make them out of.
Jane?
Yeah, have you spoken to other beach towns that it's got to be the same issue?
Well, I haven't personally. I don't know if you have talked to anybody in coastal communities. The feedback that we get from R&M is that we're not the Lone Ranger here. Everybody is dealing with if you're on the coast and you have a hydrant that you don't have any wind block or shelter from it, you're going to take that abuse that salt bath is going to give. So, I mean, we're committed to working with these folks. I believe, and I think Jennifer would back me up on this, R&M has done a great job for the city.
They have.
But we had fallen off of what the original plan was, which the original plan was, if we had to go a half a dozen hydrants a year till we got to a get right, that's what we were going to do. And that died on the vine somewhere.
Yeah.
So we had been doing maintenance, and we have stuck with maintenance, but now we're faced with that real reality that there's some real problems out there.
Any other comments, questions?
The only comments I got is, for this it's fine, but I don't know if piggybacking is the final solution. You and I talked about this earlier.
Right.
So R&M, if you look at the lower section of the invoices, they have big fuel surcharges, big consumer price increases, and this looks like a standard government invoice. They have the cost plus, and I know Seminole County, that probably doesn't bother them. But I think that just we need, at some point, we either need to go back to them and say, look, we're not them. We need to look at whatever cost-cutting measures we can do without all these fees, or look at sending it out for bid and see if we can do any better. I think piggyback's the easy way, but I don't know if financially it's the best way. I think for this it's fine because there's a sense of urgency, but long term we got to look at saving some costs.
Well, you and I did speak, and I agree with what you're saying. One of the things I would say is that when Supervisor Watts was still around, we had research throughout, and for our needs specifically, R&M, I don't want to say they're one of a kind, but it was very difficult to find a company like that because they can also farm out work on Jennifer's side of the house if needed, but somebody to come in, know the lay of the land, specifically take the hydrants and do everything they're going to do it on their own and just basically give us feedback and reports. It was phenomenal for us, and they're doing it really, in my mind, at a very fair price because they're doing it $53 a hydrant, and that's basically everything that we've come through is unheard of on the maintenance side of the house. Now, the only thing that I could say, because you bring up a good point, is if they knew they had the maintenance deal already going, now they put the repair and replacement. If they're going to be in town, it's kind of like we were talking about earlier. Can we get them to package these surcharges and the CPI increase into one trip, instead of hitting us twice?
Right, you're not pulling a trailer out here twice. You're pulling
Right.
a trailer out here
Right.
once to test it, and then you replace it while you're
Right.
already in town.
Now, and we can follow up on that to try to do, one-stop shop, one visit, don't hit us twice, but I think, they're going to follow the state guidelines being under contract, so this is pretty much a standard practice, but I think we could appease each other just by trying to get it once instead of twice.
They've also did valve work too, where they've installed valves on hydrants that didn't have any valves on them. So they've done just more than just hydrants. They've done our valve work too. So.
That was only coming ahead.
Okay, any others? Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay, do we have any public comment on this item? Seeing none, we bring it back to the commission.
Make a motion.
Oh, go ahead.
You guys are just too much on.
I know, this is really weird.
I'm copying off her notes there. So if you get it wrong, I get it wrong too. I'll make a motion to approve piggyback on a Seminole County contract with R&M Service Solutions for the maintenance, replacement, repair of hydrants in an amount not to exceed $69,327.11.
I'll second.
Okay, got a motion and a second.
James with a second?
Yes.
My caffeine is wearing off, yeah. Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
Yes, to the motion.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Chair Bryant?
Yes, the motion carries unanimously. We'll move to number 11. 2023, a resolution by the City Commission of Flagler Beach, amending Resolution 2213.
You gonna do it?
I'm done.
Resolution 2023-03, a resolution by the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, amending Resolution 2022-13, which adopted the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget to reflect the budget amendment, providing for conflict, providing an effective date hereof.
You did good. Okay, Rhonda.
I'm up, my turn. Okay. The recommendation, of course, is to approve this resolution. I didn't know if you wanted me to go over each and every one of these line items, or if there's certain ones that you would like me to discuss in particular. Up to you. You let me know.
What's the commission's pleasure?
I only had just a couple certain ones.
Okay, usually take the lead, sir.
All right, so the only call-outs I had, I like the format.
Okay, good.
This was easy to follow.
Yeah, that's why I didn't have any questions.
Yeah, I like the format. You got the comments matched to the numbers. It all makes sense. The pluses and minuses. So this is a good format. It's easy to understand.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I'm sure members of the public, everybody that's all out there right now, it's deep into it. They can understand it too. But so number 3, I already talked with Chief about this. So we have a $10,000 increase on these vehicles per unit. I have some, just looking forward for new budgeting. I think we just need to keep our options open on vehicles. SUVs might not be the answer. We might have to look at Chargers or anything else that's being used with municipalities. But that's a big increase. Especially, I think the Explorers were like 40-something, so that's like a 25% increase or something? That's a lot. So he committed to look at that for upcoming budget, because I'm sure that's going to be a concern, if they are the right vehicle for us, especially.
I think we should get the Mustangs that the sheriff has.
Well, I
think it could be all snazzy.
I think most of them are done based on the study that they've shown where the brakes last longer and the vehicles themselves last longer. So, we don't want to sell ourselves cheap and have.
Yeah, no, I know that the chief had explained why he went away from.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we stay open to that and make sure that that's still the case.
Things wouldn't be the answer anyway. Maybe Corvettes.
All right. There you go. Get into a competition with the sheriff.
Penny, I had a question about 18. There was a nimble storage device. I thought we budgeted nimble storage device.
And we did. And when I got those quotes, when we start providing to the city manager our capital improvement budget, end of February, March. When I provided those quotes, that was the cost. When we purchased it in October, this was the new cost.
Okay, got it. And just for clarity on 19, we ended up getting that grant worked out, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so the funds there are not, I'll call it out of pocket. This is grant money we're just reallocating for the proper lines and all that.
That is correct, because we try to create project numbers associated with specific projects so that we can easily track them, and that's all that we're doing, moving the funds to the actual project.
That's the only questions I have. Okay, thank you, Ron. This is super easy to follow.
Yeah, it was.
Okay,
It's
good.
really nice.
I just had 19 and it was answered, so.
You got 19? You good? Mr. Mealy?
I'm good.
Mr. Sherman?
That's great.
Mayor?
I'm good.
Public?
This too. This is nice. It was nice.
Oh, I'm
Katie?
glad you liked it. Yeah, I figured I'd provide, because I know Commissioner Cooley and I had talked a few months back, so I tried to lay it out the best that I could, so it'd be easier
Yeah,
for
no,
you
it's
to
really, yeah, that's why I had no questions, because it
Okay.
all fell
Good job,
into
Ron.
And I will keep this format going forward.
Okay, we open this up for public comment. No one wants to talk numbers. We'll bring it back.
Make a motion to approve Resolution 2023-03.
Second.
Got a motion and a second.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
Yes, the motion.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Chair Bryan?
Yes, and the motion carries. We move on to number 13. That's Tom. We got some free money.
Yes, I love free.
I like free.
So we basically got an opportunity, a grant opportunity to get some free money to do a project for the city of Flagler Beach. And the way it happened is the Rotary District 6970 that covers this district area, they were at the end of their grant cycle and they realized there was some funding that was still unused and unavailable. So they in turn contacted all the Rotary clubs within the district, one of them which is the Rotary Club of Flagler Beach, saying that this grant money is here, but it's got to be used and it's got to be used quickly if you're going to take advantage of it. So the Rotary Club contacted me, or contacted the city, contacted us, and asked if there were any ideas we had that they could spend that money and make good use of it. One of the objectives of the strategic plan for the Rotary Club that they had on their radar was improvements to local parks within the city. So at that time, I was actually working with Vern Shank. We were at some of our staff meetings, it was discussed about how we were going to handle doing First Fridays once all the construction was going up in the hotel. And we were kind of looking at if for some reason everything going on there makes it so logistically we can't do First Fridays in Veterans Park. We're trying to explore other possibilities that we could continue with the event. And I went with Vern, we did some walkthrough through Wickline Park, and we kind of looked at how we could lay things out and how that would work out, and that seemed like that'd be the only other alternative in the city if it came to that happening. So when this grant opportunity came to us, and I haven't checked the Guinness Book of World Records, but for the world record for securing a grant, I think we got it. Because that was the catch, is the money's got to be done, the grant's got to be finished, books closed by April 1st, which didn't give us a whole lot of time to do anything, or anything substantial on a big scale. But one thing we thought about was building, we were calling an event pad in Wickline Park. And when we did the walkthrough, we were looking at how we could best manage something if we were doing music events in the park over there. And we thought the best placement for a stage, and a stage being pretty much the same thing we have in Veterans Park over here, a concrete slab where we could secure the tent, have some anchors where we could strap it down, so in case of high winds or things like that, it would be in a safe situation there. would be to build it in the park. We've got a location in between, you can see it in the diagram, but if you can picture it, in between the Wickline building and the playground, there is a little hairpin turn in that concrete fitness trail that runs around the park there, where we can kind of fit it in there almost like a puzzle piece. And we're not taking away any of the existing green space, which we really need for spectators. And then we were thinking about, well, what's the other problematic thing that could happen? That might be noise. But this way, the band and the noise is directed towards the tennis court. So we have that being blocked, and we're not directing it any residential areas together. So I contracted a couple contractors, one to do the concrete, one to do the electric. That could wire up electrical service that would be sufficient enough to provide enough electricity for a band and band equipment to be up there. And both got two contractors that said, could we meet this quick deadline if we had to, and they both said yes, we can do it. And we just got word last night that the grant was approved, so the money is there. Basically, we're looking at a $12,000 project. It would be a matching grant, so the Rotary District 6970 would give us a $6,000 grant, and the Rotary Club of Flagler Beach would match it with essentially a $6,000 donation. So it would cost nothing to the city there.
That's great.
Yeah.
Comments?
Yeah, I got lots of them.
I have lots of comments too. Jane, go first.
I appreciate what you did. I appreciate the Rotary. I am dead set against the moving First Friday to the Wickline. You can aim the noise whichever way you want, but if the wind is blowing, it is not going to stop the noise from affecting. It's a residential area, and in addition, the parking. There's parking behind the library, or between the library and Betty Steflik Preserve, and then some on the side, but nowhere near. You see what goes on around here on First Friday, and that's with taking up what will be the hotel.
Yeah, actually,
parking there.
That's one of the things that attracted us to doing in the park there, is we actually would gain the parking. What parking we would lose from not having the old farmers market property. You know, we just talked about moving the maintenance and the public works main facilities over across the bridge there, which means essentially we could use those two areas as parking spaces. That would give us that area there, sort of what we do back behind City Hall here, outside of City Hall hours.
What is that, about 10 spaces?
Well, we need both buildings, plus with the addition of that one area just where the Steflik Preserve entrance happens right there is probably equal, if not more, to the space that we had at the farmers market.
But even with the farmers market, we have people parking here, there, and the other place, everywhere. I just think it's too intrusive for that area. And again, I'm grateful for all the work. I'm grateful for turning down free money is not an easy thing to do, but I think there are ways that we could leave the event in the park here and make some kind of parking arrangements, perhaps with the old Baptist Church property, behind Swilliby's, that parking area back there, make some arrangement with them. I don't know. I think there's enough big parking areas around that we could make arrangements with and leave it here in the park. And those are my feelings.
I'm against it as well. I have two reasons. One, I'm going to piggyback on Jane first. When the farmers market came in front of the city, we denied them acoustic music because it was in residential neighborhoods, even with a
amplified
band.
Amplified.
We denied amplified. Right.
That's one reason. The other reason is it's a park. I have a child that plays in the park, that's active in the park. The little kids play in the fenced-in playground on the little kid toys, and the big kids play in this grassy area. And now we're going to fill it, we're going to take down a tree, which is shade, and we're going to put a concrete pad for a temporary pad for entertainment. I think that we could, I love the idea of a grant. I think that we could take that $12,000 and put it into the park. If we are dead set on having an event in Wickline Park, we could move the picnic tables underneath the pavilion, and you have a concrete pad there. There is a giant concrete pad already there, also known as a basketball court, that we could use. And there's just other options, and I can't see adding more concrete to a park where kids play. So I'm against it.
Commissioner Cooley.
Okay, the first thing I want to do is I want to thank Rotary. For them to just instantly step up to the plate and say, hey, we're here to help, that means a lot. And I think that we really need to thank them. So this particular concept, though, I don't like the idea of putting a concrete pad in the only remaining green space in the park. This will end up being a park of pads. And it's not the Wickline Entertainment Venue. This is a Wickline Park. If we add a pad, why would we not expand the tennis courts maybe? Or if we're going to add a pad, make it yet another court, right? So, because the cost has got to be the same or close to it. But the big picture that seems to be missed here is, why is First Friday where it is to begin with, and how was it conceived?
I meant to say that too.
It is supposed to be here in the business district to support the local business. That's the entire reason of its existence. It is not to be a entertainment venue, and that was never what it was for. It was to be a draw to bring people here. If you move First Friday outside of this area, you have now defeated its entire origin, the purpose of it, and you've turned it into a entertainment event which serves none of the reasons why First Friday is even where it is. There's a couple other things, though. I'm not okay with a hotel conducting themselves in a way that will disrupt the neighboring properties. That should never happen. So if we are safeguarding or putting a safety net up for the hotel to disrupt neighboring properties, because keep in mind, if they're conducting themselves in a way that we can't have First Friday because of construction or obstruction or destruction or any of those things, then it's going to affect all the businesses around it too. And that's not acceptable. That we would have never approved the hotel to begin with. We made that very clear with the operator. You will not build this in a way it's going to disrupt our entire area around it. So if we are doing our part, there should be no reason to move First Friday. I really wish there was a way that we could capitalize on the grant from Rotary in a way that will complement the city. I would consider this to be almost a detraction or off the mark a little bit. I think it misses the intent, and that's my thoughts.
Tom, what are some of the other uses for it? I think we're starting to focus on moving just in. I wasn't getting the idea it was going to totally move First Friday altogether, because I know you brought up something about construction and this kind of thing here, and maybe having special events over there. What other kinds of uses could it be used for?
Right, and we wanted that option. With First Friday, we don't really know the impact, especially when they start building the hotel there. And, we had issues before with the air rights. Now, I'm sure the hotel still has that same air rights clause that caused us a lot of tension and headaches before. Now, will it impact us? We don't know, but we do want to be prepared. But another program that we used to do a number of years ago, we did Movies in the Park. And we used to show it up on the side of, actually on the building on Wickline. And it was a great program. It started out with about 2 or 3 families, and it just blossomed to the point where we were getting between 200 and 300 people. And that's in the grant there. We also had provisions to build a movie screen that we could use it and bring the Movies in the Park back to the park there. And we did try it for a while over here in Veterans Park, but it was just too noisy with fins in the background and motorcycles going by and traffic. And, you know, it worked out better when we did have it in that case over at Wickline Park.
I'm trying to think a little broader than what I'm hearing, you know, some of the other commissioners talking about here. I mean, because, when you start talking about noise, I don't even hear that, because some of the businesses out here, they might as well be right over here on the Intercoastal, because I can hear them at 12 o'clock at night, so noise is not an issue with me. It's going to come one way or the other. But what I was thinking is it's in terms of, you know, having something in addition to the farmers market, but also other kinds of venues, because you could have like light jazz bands or other kinds of bands where you can have something there where people can, in fact, have a different venue on different times of the week or different occasions, other kinds of functions other than just the farmers market or these kinds of things here with just a big tent. So I'm just trying to think of other things that it could be used for, because I think that as we grow as a city, we should be thinking about other things that we can do. And I understand the concept of the park being for kids and this kind of thing here, but at the hours I think you're talking about, I don't think the kids would normally be, you know, on the playground equipment itself, because do you have lights out there? Are there bright lights?
My thought was it's not really safe for kids to be playing football with a concrete pad that they're running on, and
The kids play football over there?
Oh yeah, they play football. That's where they play all their games is through there. Their field games is in that area.
What is the size of it? Because I didn't see it here.
It would be a 25 by 25 foot slab, and actually the place we were putting it is not the open area place where they're playing football. We're actually adding more place to play football, because the one field area they have where you could do a soccer game, there is one palm tree smack in the middle of that area, which kind of, to me, creates a little bit of a hazard. People trying to throw a frisbee around or play football. And we just thought about take that tree out, and now you've got the entire unobstructed field there. And we would need that anyway if you were using it as a stage venue, that you need a place for people to sit and watch. That would be unobstructive anyway. But it's really not taking away field space. Not the way we have it laid. That's why we pieced it into that little area where that fitness trail takes the bend there.
Tom, I actually think it's a good idea. I don't like the idea of any green space being taken away, but I do like the idea of having these cornhole courts, and as Commissioner Bryan said, just making it a place for people of all ages to come and do different things. My only concern is that we reach out to the residents that live around there. We do it for music permits, we do it for variances. I'd like to have letters go to everybody in the surrounding area to see if they have any objections to it, because there will be parking problems and there's going to be some noise concerns.
Mr. Sherman.
Yes, at first glance, I was, on board with having this, I guess, stage here, but, I guess kind of thinking about it more and having a little one myself who frequents this area, I do kind of like the idea of the green space, because she's getting older and she is going to outgrow playing here on this little area here, and I guess get to where the mayor's daughter plays now in that green area. And I do like the idea of having a little bit more green space there. And I guess the other question I have is, we're also going to be reconfiguring this area as well with the grant that Karen's been applying for. So I guess that's another one of the questions I meant to ask is, how does this stage factor into, once we get into the conceptual phase of this park that we're trying to get a grant for as well?
Yeah, it's a different location. I know, looking at the splash pads, you wanted to put it where the volleyball court is right now. because it doesn't get a whole lot of use. I've honestly never seen anybody playing volleyball on it. And we thought that there just could be a better use of that space.
Yeah, I don't think the grant Karen is applying for is going to affect the actual playground.
Okay, so it wouldn't extend out past the sidewalk?
No, I don't think
it's going to stay, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
just stay in that area.
Yeah, we tuck it in.
Just another concrete pad that the splash pad would be in the park.
One last question. Could this grant money be used, as the mayor said, for something else other than a...
Not at this point. We're on
Okay.
under such a time frame.
Right.
You know, we had to apply and get everything approved and get it through.
Okay.
I just thought of something else. Years ago, when the Montessori school was in the Wickline building, we made them take a garden out because it was taking away from play area. If we weren't going to allow a garden, why would we allow more concrete? You know, that just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, the garden was in the green space area.
Yeah.
Smack in the middle of it, yeah.
Yeah, but we wouldn't let them have the garden. So it just seems like we're contradicting ourselves over time.
Tom, can you, I know that this was approved for this particular project here, but it seems that the majority of commissioners here are not in favor of it. Can you come up with anything else at this particular time? I know that it's, you know, was already approved for it and moving forward, but
I would think any opportunity would have to be probably I'm sure there'll be a next grant cycle that comes around. You know, we have to move another direction, but yeah, I'm sure that's always open. We can always do that.
I just had one comment.
Sure.
This pad's going to be 1,125 square feet in the middle of the last remaining green space in the park. So, I mean...
25 by 25?
Well, the measurement I'm looking at is 45 by 25.
No, 25 by 25.
So you changed it versus
Yeah, we
this?
cut it back so it would not reach into the green space area. 625 should be there.
So it's 625
Yes.
square foot concrete slab in the middle of the last remaining green space.
Not in the middle of the last remaining green space.
Yeah, I would rather, I mean, based on what you're suggesting is the potential utilization of this concrete pad, what I'm seeing is going to be very low. If First Friday does not get moved, you're going to potentially use it for movies in the park, which would be for an hour and a half once a month, if that, right? And that's the total usage of this?
No, it wouldn't be total usage. You've got a stage area that can be used for a variety of different things. You know, along that fitness trail, if people wanted to stop and use that as a yoga stop or aerobics or someplace like that, you've got a pad where you can do it on. You've got a flat surface.
we need no smoking signs and flags for the beach. I mean, I'm serious, because someone from the Rotary called me the other day and asked, you know, did we have funds for it? I said no, so I'm begging. So, I mean, if that is something we could get some assistance with, I think that would help as well. That's a good thing for the city in order to help promote, you know, the clean, healthy environment. So 6,000 would cover a big chunk of that kind of thing. Just a suggestion, so maybe we don't lose it all.
Yeah, well, I think this cycle, now that it was approved,
it's already gone?
Yeah, I think it, you know, we kind of, but I'm sure there's going to be different cycles down the road. We just have to start from square one.
Put it in my backyard if you want. I'll put it in a fire pit.
Or chop a hole and make it a pool.
Okay, any other when you have any, I guess we got some comments from the public on this.
Scott Spradley, Yorkshire Drive, Flagler Beach. If I look at it just from the standpoint of First Friday, from that standpoint alone, which is only a part of it, and I appreciate Tom and Burns and Rotary Club's efforts, but if I just look at First Friday, that's one of the things that makes Flagler Beach unique, that event. And as Commissioner Cooley said, in the middle of the business district. And the fact, I mean, how many places do you have a beach town and you have a park and you have an event and you look at the ocean right there. And that's one of the attractions. And moving that event into the neighborhood, which is what it would be. I mean, over here we have 3 sides businesses in the ocean. Over there you have 2 sides residents, sort of 3 almost. And so I'm not sure how they would feel about that. Actually, I am sure how they would feel about that. So if I look at it from the First Friday point of view, I mean, if there were a way to do both, great. But the idea of moving it doesn't excite me at all. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none, we bring it back to the commission.
I don't know what the action would be.
No action.
No action is an action, that's right.
Okay, Tom, thanks for your efforts, and hopefully the city will be able to find something next year for it. Get back on the next cycle. Okay, next item.
So item 14,
Do we want to go to fireworks so you can let the staff in the back of the room go?
Sorry.
I think that's, you have several of your staff members are here. The last thing you're here for is fireworks.
Okay, we'll move on to the item number...
It's under Penny's staff report.
Staff reports.
So 19, item 19. And so, in late December, former manager, Mr. Whitson, asked that I prepare a bid package for 3 options for 4th of July show: fireworks, drone, and a laser light show. I prepared that bid package. It went out on the street in January, and when the bid closed on January 30th, we had received no responses. I had direct emailed it to several people, including local vendors. The issue, after the bid had closed and we received no responses, we reached out to 2 vendors, actually 3, 1 did not respond again. And we were provided 2 proposals. These proposals, due to the shortened length of the pier and the reduced fallout area, were for low-level fireworks, pretty much a professional grade of what you or I could buy at the fireworks store, Sam's, wherever you want to talk about. So, talking about the mortars. So you wouldn't get the further distance from them. And to further add issues to this, the day that Mr. Whitson was terminated, he had met with Flagler County and Palm Coast at their monthly managers meeting and was discussing the county and Palm Coast's joint venture for a fireworks show at the airport. He wasn't provided the opportunity to report that back to you at our meeting that night. So Palm Coast and Flagler County are proceeding with a show on the 4th of July at the airport, a fireworks show. So this worsens our situation as it takes away the resources that the safety officers need to hold fireworks in town. So with that, it's not really an option for us to have fireworks. In regards to laser light show, I learned quite a bit about all this stuff as I was doing this. You need an end point, a termination point for a laser light show. They just go on and on and on and on and on. That's why you see a lot of them on buildings. When you see them on TV in other countries, they don't have the same regulations we have here in the States. So we don't have a termination point for them. And also, if you've ever noticed, it's almost like a highway in the sky up and along the coast. I know I've flown right over here several times, like, hey, I work there. And the drones are expensive. They need to be set up a couple of hours before, and with the weather in the summertime, we always get those summer showers. So that's not really an issue for them, for that to happen either. But, so with all these hardships that we're coming up against, staff is proposing that we go back to Rotary doing the parade, Vern doing a show in the park, and then the further idea that I was thinking of was we have $25,000 budgeted for fireworks. We have another $7,000 budgeted, might be 75, I haven't looked at it since I wrote this, budgeted for the porta potties and the buses where we used to route people back and forth to shuttle them. I know Mr. Whitson was considering going in with Flagler and County and Palm Coast on the fireworks show to have Flagler Beach on the promotional material that went out, maybe giving them $10,000 to be part of the show. And then it was my thought that the Rotary does 2 parades for this city every year, and we've never thrown a dime at them. So wouldn't it be nice to give them some money that they in turn take out and do good things in our community with? And also Vern, maybe throw some money at him where we could have a better band, a better entertainment, and bring families back in the park for that day and not just have it a drunk day at the beach like it has been with the fireworks.
Those are some good ideas.
I like that.
I like all above.
Yeah.
Well, the only thing I have some hesitancy, our residents will go to the fireworks whether our logo is on promotional materials or not. And
we're asking for direction here.
Yeah, no, I'm not criticizing, I'm just throwing that out there.
I like the idea of, you know, as a county, it would be just nice to see everybody's logo on the,
for $10,000
Well, I mean,
worth.
there's also, I mean, if you, maybe the sheriff's office helps our police department a lot in past 4th of Julys, maybe, I don't know how you want to, fire services helps, you know, there's a lot of help that comes to us, and we ask and ask and ask and ask for
React.
things, but we don't give back a lot.
React never gets donations, and they work only
No,
on
I like
donations.
giving specifically to that. For $10,000 to have our logo on something,
Well,
just.
I spoke with Heidi Petito on this, and she had asked if this was a collaboration effort that the city of Flagler Beach would like to do, and this way it could be bundled in all of the marketing and advertising that would go into the county-wide event as a true county 4th of July. It would be celebrate the morning and the day at the beach with our parade, and this would be in all of their marketing, and then come back to the airport for the fireworks, which would be another collaborative effort from all the municipalities. And it was just their way to really bring some unity to the community.
Whatever happened to the pageant?
It is at the auditorium now.
Yeah.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Brenda would know more. She still works it with Zoe, but yeah.
I didn't think Zoe did it anymore.
It may not be, but I know Brenda still helps with it, so I could get more information from her.
So do we get a consensus here on what we're going to do? Based on the clerk's recommendations, do we adopt them all?
I guess I'll just go first, just give a recommendation. I would say participate in some way. There's no set amount. I mean, we would have to muddle through that with the county to see what would our part be to do a unified fireworks celebration, or just a county-wide celebration is really what it should probably be called.
Penny, you don't need an answer as to what our level of participation is yet. Really, yours was, do we keep on trying to do our own, or do you want to start exploring the county options?
That's
so I
right.
think that's completely
That's what I would recommend, and then we keep all the daytime activities, and Penny had all those other really good suggestions that now I can't remember.
Yeah, I like giving money to the
Rotary
Rotary.
and Burn.
Yep,
Rotary
Rotary
and
Burn,
Burn.
yep.
No,
That I like.
I'm good with that.
What about the county?
Yeah, absolutely, county.
To me, it's going to happen anyway.
I think it's going to happen. It's
No,
more
but I
of-
think it
it's
shows
more of a
good faith.
gesture.
It shows a gesture.
I like the
and-
unit,
yeah.
I think what the mayor
I mean,
said.
I think she can work out the amount. It doesn't-
Well, if Heidi comes back and says, hey, we want 30 grand to put your logo on a sign, we'll say thanks, but no thanks. But I don't, if it's reasonable and it's our part of paying for all those services that happen all over the county, if it's reasonable.
I mean, it's going to be spent one way or the other, so I mean, like the mayor said,
I'm still going to need portalets. I mean, we'll still need the supplies we get for staff, the water, the food for them for the day. So out of that $7,000, we'll probably need at least 3. We'll get back to you on that amount, but then you still have that $25,000 that was specifically for fireworks.
I think it's a great idea for Palm Coast, Flagler County, and Flagler Beach to be doing something together that's fun. I mean, it sends a good message to the community.
And the county invited us to join them, and that's a big effort on their part, and we should reciprocate and join.
And Jane, I do want to call out that we agreed on 2 things tonight. So that might be a sign of unity.
The night's not over.
Yeah.
I've just taken the direction that you want staff to explore the options and bring that information back to you.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
So see, there was no need to make an agenda item out of.
Yeah.
14? Thanks.
That was easier than I thought.
Where am I? Okay, we're picking up on item number 14, approve a task order.
That's me again. So obviously, in your agenda packet, you do not have a task order for Mott McDonald for development of a big bid package and, I'm sorry, I'm out of order here. And
I don't know why. We did everything very logically.
Nothing was in order tonight.
So, about a week and a half ago, I received, it's been maybe about a week. About a week ago, I received back from Mott McDonald the post-Nicole assessment. Of course, we did one after Ian. And then so to get things straight with FEMA, because there was damage to the dune walkovers that was done by Ian, and then Nicole slapped us in the face again and did more damage. So we had Mott McDonald come out this was one of the last actions under an emergency declaration was to go out and reassess those walkovers to tell us the difference, because part of the reason was when we go to submit this for reimbursement to FEMA, they're going to ask, well, that might be from Ian, so we really needed to show they did an assessment after Ian, they did another one after Nicole. And as a part of this, it also gave us more detail on the level of repairs that need to be done to these walkovers. So, got that report back and I called Chad immediately, said thank you, and told him, I said, hey, look, I'm going to put on the next agenda an item to approve a task order so it can get you moving on these bid packages and do the construction management for once they're awarded. Great, sounds fine. I said, okay. I said, I understand it'll take you for a few days. I said, yeah, I'll get back to you Monday. Monday, I come in and there's a message on my machine and it is Chad to call him. I called him and he tells me that Mott McDonald's is experiencing the same problems we and other businesses are. They can't get people to work.
Oh, jeez.
They do not, with the projects they're currently already committed to and involved with, they do not have enough staff to dedicate to do this. Had a little mini panic attack, said okay, hung up the phone, and I immediately called Jeff Helms at Moffett. I've worked with Jeff in the past on other dune walkover packages. And I told Jeff, and he's like, we'll figure it out, don't worry about it. And that was the end of the day. Talked to him the next morning, and the realization came that on that approved list of contractors, Moffitt is not on there because they were focused on being the peer engineer. So they did not submit to be on that various consulting approved list. So talking to Jeff, this was talked about, and he said, I can do this, and me. So he's like, you've done it before. Do construct build. I'm like, okay. So he talked me into it. I have created bid packages for dune walkovers before for the city, and you do design build where the contractor submits the plans. I don't have them there. I don't have to include them in the package. Finance will probably have to be a little bit more involved, and it'll be a little bit more difficult for them on the billing part, because usually the construction manager would review all that and make sure everything was in line when the bill was submitted to us for reimbursement. But I have confidence in our finance department, we can do that as well. One of the good things about the assessment done by Mott McDonald is they did include some drawings, not for construction, not to be submitted with a permit, but details of what's needed on that. So I have everything I need, and I'm confident I can get this bid package. What I do need is time. So I'll probably be in here this weekend working on it again, like I was working last weekend, but that's okay. We'll get it out because we're approaching that deadline of May 1 for turtle season. And also one of the things Mr. Whitson did is he had gotten DEP to agree to issue all the dune walkover permits as one instead of individually. So that will save some time. And I also can include in the bid package, I mean, maybe direct the awarded contractor to them, but I can also require the contractor to get those permits or the permit. But I don't know it. We'll see how time works out. It might be a benefit for the city to do it since we've already had that communication with FDEP. So just an update to let you know what's going on with that, and we're going to try and get it done. One of the things I will be doing when I draft that bid package is we'll make it a requirement for the dune walkovers that need pilings. They will get those in first. And then they can do the top up work after that. But we have to get those piles in before. Right. So you might have a contractor putting piles in at 12th, and then they jump down to 23rd, and they're putting, and 12th isn't finished. So if you get those kind of, when this goes down, those kind of complaints, you'll know what that is.
Maybe we can have a little PSA by the man in blue in the back letting people know.
Well, the app is
right.
It could be a push notice on the app.
Yes.
They could push it real good. No, that's insanity for me.
Thanks, Penny.
Thanks. That was a very good update. Thank you. And we know you can do it.
I can do it. I just don't want to. But
She's honest. Okay, that doesn't require any action, so we'll move on to the next one, number 16.
Resolution 2023-04, a resolution by the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, designating signatories for the bank accounts at Florida Prime, Florida Municipal Investment Trust, and Truist Bank, providing how said funds may be withdrawn, providing for conflict, and providing an effective date hereof.
Okay, any discussion?
Well, this says as interim city. I'm imagining you're wanting to put Rick.
No.
No.
They want to put Mr. Ayler.
Oh, you do? Oh, okay. Then this is good. Oops. Sorry.
Any other comments? Okay, any comments from the public? Bring it back to commission.
Motion to approve resolution 2023-04.
Second.
Got a motion and a second?
that is to include, Mike Abels as the interim city.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah. And that was Eric, you were the second?
You can give it, Debbie. I'm
Commissioner
feeling
Mealy.
generous.
This is creepy.
I know.
Commissioner Mealy.
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley.
Yes, the motion.
Commissioner Sherman.
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips.
Yes.
Chair Bryan.
Yes, and we move on to the next item, which is number 17.
Just for the record, I'm always creepy.
Resolution 2023-05, a resolution by the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, declaring certain property to be surplus, providing for conflict and an effective date.
Who needs a rubber boat?
Actually, this item, I believe, was actually taken out of service quite a while ago, but it was realized it wasn't off our asset list. So this is just the formal action to take it off there.
Does it come with a rubber ducky?
It's probably flat. Any discussion on this item? Public, do you have any comments on a surplus item, rubber boat? Bring it back to the commission.
Motion to approve resolution 2023-05.
Here's Eric.
Second.
I got a motion and a second.
Commissioner Cooley.
Yes, the motion.
Commissioner Sherman.
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips.
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy.
Yes.
Chair Bryan.
Yes, and the motion carries. And we move on to staff reports. Penny, you have anything else?
Yeah. Yeah, the IT one.
Okay. We're going to start with you today. How's that?
Fine, thank you. So this is pretty straightforward. Lots of grammatical changes. Go back to the topic. So the commission approved the ILA for Information Technology Service back on, look at that. It's not 2022. That's a weird number. And on August 18th of last year, we sent it over to the county for approval. They made some grammatical changes, and then they made two additional changes. One, which staff had discussed with them when we met with them before the agreement was brought to you. And that was added in, and that was to add the fully loaded hourly rate for audio video services. So that's, excuse me, their tech, his name just went out of my head. I told you I had too much caffeine today. Good Lord. Anyhow, I only need him when I need him, and I don't need him that often. And what he would assist me with is streaming of the live stream through YouTube. If I have camera issues, at the time, he was no longer in the IT department, so that's where this conversation came up. He wasn't.
Carlos is who you're looking
Carlos,
for.
thank you. I would have said that about 2 o'clock in the morning. So, yes, he wasn't, at that period of time, he wasn't in their IT department. I'm not sure if they've actually moved him back into it or not, but we felt that was fair, and it wouldn't be a deal breaker, and I do have money built into the commission budget where I could prepare for repairs that I could use towards that if I needed it. The other addition to the contract was the cost of living adjustment based on a CPI. That would be for annual renewal costs. Really don't have an issue with that either. Most of our agreements that we're in for either software or whatever, they have things like this built in, usually 5% or up to 10%, but they would base it on this CPI. So that's it. So I'm just hoping you guys can approve this, because we've got an invoice from them that we've had for several months, and your new finance director is very studious and a stickler for the rules, and she won't let me pay it because we don't have a signed contract.
Just need a consensus on that?
I need a motion because I'm gonna, I just realized I didn't print out a clean copy, so I'll get Susie, I'll catch up with you to sign that.
Someone want to make a motion to approve?
You want to open it to?
Think the public want to have a call? Yeah. So open this item up to the public for public comment. Seeing none, no one there. Come back.
Okay, make a motion that we sign have the mayor sign, is that what you want?
Approve the amended
Approve the
interlocal
interlocal
agreement with
agreement.
Flagler County and the city of Flagler Beach for information technology.
You got it.
And a second? I got a motion and a second.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
Yes to the motion.
Chair Bryan?
Yes, and the motion carries, and we move on to our city attorney for staff report.
So a few weeks ago, I sent the letter regarding the canal. I haven't heard anything more, and I hear from Rick that it hasn't improved any, so my next step would be to take it to John Gifford and start the code enforcement process unless somebody tells me otherwise.
Sounds right.
Good. Code enforcement. Okay. That's what we'll do. I'll get with John. Penny's already aware of this. Because we had this one in the pipeline, it's why when we asked about proof of notice on the variance request, there was a case that came out of the 4th District right after our last meeting, where the 4th District Court of Appeals has said that the table to date certain that we've all been using for decades, with noticed meetings, because if anybody wanted to be here, they would have been here to hear that it's been table to date certain. 4th District has said, nope, you can't do that. So I have asked Penny, and we've asked all the city clerks we work with, no more tabling to date certain. We're just going to run new ads. We're not in the 4th, and there is some disagreement between the districts, but there's no reason until the courts figure out which direction they want to go with it. There's no reason to take that risk, so we're just going to rerun ads. So if we have to continue something, it means a new ad from this point forward.
Spend more.
Fortunately, typically it's going to be expensive for the applicant because these are mostly going to be applicant-generated things. But with things like second readings of ordinances, we are going to have to be more mindful about that. Yes, that's why I'm letting you know. Mr. Whitson reached out to me this past week, asked if I thought it was a good idea to do a separation agreement. I think so. I mean, most of the termination, it's already in there. The contractual terms are already there. There was one that he asked if it's possible to modify. She's not here anymore, but I did run it by Liz, and I think she was running it by Rhonda. And I don't think it created any issues, because my one caveat was as long as it doesn't create more work for staff. The contract provides for lump sum payout of the severance once we get to the severance. He has asked if we could do that on a periodic, and I don't think that causes hardship for the city. It may even work out some benefits for us too. But the main reason why I think a separation agreement is a good idea is if I can get it agreed to, it lets me get a release, on behalf of the city, in which case then I know everything's put to bed when everything is done. So that's really why I'm advocating for it, is because then I can just kind of cover that base and spell out the things that we already know as the terms of the old agreement, but spell it out so everybody can see it and everybody feels comfortable. So if I
You
have
just
that,
need consensus from the...
Yeah, consensus at this point, because I would bring anything back for you for formal approval. Right now, I just need the consensus to allow me to spend the time working on it.
Okay.
And last thing, very quickly, I don't need to say it because you already know it, but I do think tonight is a good night to point out that you have an amazing city clerk.
Totally agree.
That's it. Thank you.
Rick?
The only thing I have is streetlights for the bridge. We still have a number of high-pressure sodium lights. Unfortunately, we're stuck with one contractor. They have to be FDOT certified. He has given us a bid of $24,391.75 to replace 14 high-pressure sodium with LED fixtures, mobilization, traffic maintenance, aerial equipment, and they will be back. We have a number of the streetlights there where the poles themselves have shorts, electrical shorts inside the poles. We're working on getting a price from them to make those repairs.
Does that all fall within the amount that the state gives us for maintaining?
Yes, ma'am. We have over 100,000 banked.
Okay, I just make sure.
Yes, oh, absolutely.
Okay.
We are working primarily on the ones on the bridge. Down the road, we'll get the ones on Moody Lane.
Mm-hmm. And Palm Drive?
Ma'am?
And Palm Drive,
Yes,
the other side of the road.
yes.
Yeah.
Who are you looking out for us?
Us.
That's funny, we've rolled over that we've gotten from them.
Yeah, okay, I just want to make sure that these amounts fall with,
I think they gave us over 100,000.
no, I know,
No.
I know that.
No, they're, I think it's 50,000 a year.
Yeah, something
And
like
the
that.
period that I was in as interim after Larry passed, I took the whole thing and everything that we had, we replaced with LEDs. So now we're chipping away at what's left.
Doing the rest.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Cooley.
This was that contract that was the sole provider, that needed the end date or an escape clause, remember that?
Yeah.
So we can't commit to them without something. They either have it done by a certain time or we go somewhere else. We can't just lock ourselves up in the one. Is that, y'all got the wheels in motion on that, or where'd that end up?
We had conversations with the contractor about, this was the one where you were going to talk to them about making sure that there was a time they were finished by.
Yes, I have been able to get a hold of them, but as I said, we're limited to who we can use because they have to be FDOT certified. I checked into what it takes to be FDOT certified. I called a company that I'm pretty familiar with, they're statewide, and they said, we won't even try. We have to have one individual work for 2 years under DOT supervision in order to qualify him as a DOT certified electrical contractor.
But we can't lock ourselves up.
And Commissioner Cooley's point, though, is just that they understand, that they get that when that they come to us and say, we can say when it's going to be done by, they can give us a date.
Yes.
Not just, well, it'll be done when we get done.
Yes.
We can't get ourselves stuck.
No,
Okay, what else you got?
that's it.
Question.
Yes, sir.
How do we stand on the hotel reviews of the application and all?
The architectural reviews are done.
They're all done?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We still don't have completed permit application. We have no idea who the subs are. We have the subs supply us with fixtures, amperage on their services, plumbing fixtures, mechanical.
Okay, I'm not a builder by no stretch of the imagination. I'm just going by what the hoteler, he said he can't hire any subs or anything until he gets the documents from the city that's saying that he's moving forward.
Plans are done.
Okay, so he needs the plans and all that.
Yes, sir.
So I guess the only thing I'm
I
asking.
will check tomorrow with Lee to make sure he has all the civil done. The last I heard, they had sent comments back to the engineers.
Okay. All right, I'm just, I know I'm on my way out the door, but by the same token, I think we need to be on board with this because as it is, it's already 2 months behind schedule.
That review was completed in 10 days.
Okay. All right, I'll take your word for it. The other thing that I was working on with, that we were working on with Mr. Whitson was the laydown contract, which Drew has already reviewed, and that's gone to the, drafted, I'm sorry, and it's gone to the property owner as well as their attorney, so we're waiting for them to get back with a signed copy or something, so I'll put you up to speed with that as well as Drew. Okay, Matt. Or should I say police chief?
Police chief, Matt.
Chief Matt.
And my parents named me Matt, so that's perfectly fine. So a little hard sitting in the back for 5.5 hours keeping my mouth shut, but that's okay.
I thought you were asleep.
No, I'm wide awake. I had some of that caffeine that Penny had earlier. So on a little thing for good news, earlier this week I submitted our numbers to FDLE for our uniform crime report, which is the crime rate for the city of Flagler Beach for 2022. So the good news is last year, 2022, crime in Flagler Beach was down 7.7%. So that's half the battle, and then the other half is your clearance rate. So our clearance rate went up 8.3%.
That's great.
So when you look at the numbers in the clearance rate, our clearance rate is 44.4%. The national average is about 24%. So The numbers are going down and the crimes that we do have are getting solved. So that goes to the men and women that are out there. That also goes to the 6 members that are sitting on the dais for allowing us to get things like license plate readers and cameras and Axon body cameras to do those type of things. You know, you can work hard all you want, but if you don't work hard and smart, sometimes you don't get the job done. And a true statement to that is the young lady that got run over behind Wickline Park. If we didn't have that technology, I'm not saying we wouldn't have solved it, but I can tell you without a doubt we wouldn't have solved it that night. So kudos to the members of the commission for allowing us to have that technology and to trust staff when we bring things to you. So we have a very important election coming up in March 7th. But we're blessed in this community to have 5 people that want to run for commission, for elected office. And though I've never sat at one of your seats, heavy lies the head that wears the crown. That's not an easy job to sit up there. I understand that, and I think the candidates know it as well. So I encourage our community to come out and vote. Every vote matters. Voice your opinion. And lastly, Chair, thank you for your service. Thank you for your service.
You're very welcome. It's been an honor.
As one of the senior staff members, you know, we work really, really hard, and it's nice to have a commission that understands and listens. And your time here was well spent. You made a big impact, so we appreciate it.
Thank you much. Okay. Let's see. The mayor looks like she would like to speak right now.
The mayor looks like she's about to fall asleep. I'm exhausted. I only have 2 things, and it's going to be less than 30 seconds. One, we have a beach cleanup March 4th, and I was just filling out scholarship applications for hours, so just a reminder, 9 a.m. under the A-frame of the pier. And then Chief took my other one. He spoke for me. March 7th, come out and vote. It's very important, and every vote matters. And that's all I have.
Mr. Sherman.
I'll be quick. I attended a TPO meeting yesterday. The TPO is moving their location. They're no longer going to be off of International Speedway. The city of Daytona Beach graciously allowed them to have an office now off of LPGA. So if anybody is going to fill in for me, or, you know, if we readjust things for TPO, that individual will now be at the Daytona Beach International Airport for meetings, and you'll get your parking validated. One of the big things that they were talking about was pedestrian safety, and how, you know, again, the FDOT wants to bring that down to 0. Our area between Volusia and Flagler County, Chief can probably attest to this. Pedestrian accidents are very high in between our 2 counties. And then the other big thing was FDOT is also working on that R word, resiliency. They were working on doing a risk assessment, risk analysis that's due to the state by the end of July. All major construction, as far as things go, as on the interstates and things, that are all going to be down towards Volusia County. Closest interstate exit that they're going to start to reconfigure by us is at US 1, and LPGA will be next to be reconfigured. I'm hoping the TPO will start hopefully shifting some more attention up here to our corridor with all the growth and things coming up like that. But that's all that really came out of the TPO yesterday.
Cool. Commissioner Phillips.
Thank you. Earlier this evening, we were talking about salary. Rick, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe we have 2 employees, you being one of them, that are not being compensated for the extra work that you do as interim or acting city manager. And then Karen Miller is the other one I don't believe she's getting compensated for taking on a planner role. So I wanted to talk to her.
I think Karen is being...
Karen's being paid from the general fund. I corrected that in that addendum that I put out.
Okay.
And when she told me that was her words to me, and I was like, that's why I put it in there. I wasn't just trying to stir the pot. And then later on, she's like, oh, I clarified, I'm not getting paid a planner rate for it. She's being paid the CRA rate, but when she does those hours, she's being paid from the general fund, not from the CRA.
Okay.
But the other thing, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but it is codified that you have to be in a role for 30 days before you get compensation.
Okay, I did not know that. Thank you.
I have a question on that. If we have Larry under contract for whatever term we decided, do we still need an interim position for that?
I wouldn't think so. And Marlene, my staff, Marlene has been doing planning, primarily single-family homes, the smaller planning aspects. Larry has been taking care of all the commercial, the big commercial. I was kind of surprised when I found out that Karen was interim planner. I couldn't understand why, because Larry was still functioning as a planner, and Marlene was taking care of probably 80% of the zoning.
You're the boss now. You decide who's going to do what.
Is
That's where we're at. Marlene's going to take care of the zoning. And
is Marlene certified or whatever you need to do?
Right.
There is no certification for, they have,
Required certification.
yes, no required certification.
We have Larry.
You're going to have Larry.
Yeah. Well, we currently do as well, right?
Well, he doesn't have a contract yet. That was fun. The direction was to enter a contract with him. But.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a non-issue.
He doesn't want to take on new projects unless there's a new big commercial things that comes up. He wants to work on that list that was presented to you in your packet. Continue on those. And if a new big commercial thing came in, of course, he would jump right on it. But day-to-day, SFR permit that comes in, you're checking setbacks, you're checking building height, you're checking square footage, required square footage. It's not under the minimum. It's not over the maximum coverage of the lot allowed. It's pretty basic. The rules are spelled out pretty clearly for that.
So building department can handle it.
Yes, sir. Under Larry, when he was with us, and under William, they both gave Marlene bumps for acting as the zoning tech. She's been taken care of, like I say, at least 80% of it.
Wow.
I thought she's only supposed to do residential, single-family residential.
No. She could do single family, 1 and 2 families. She can do zoning as far as what businesses go into, what areas. If there's an addition on a commercial building, it's basically setbacks.
Okay.
Well, since we're on the subject of people doing jobs outside of their responsibility, what about our public information officer?
Yeah, exactly. That's why I brought it up. I just want people to be compensated for the additional work that they do.
I don't know what y'all thought about that. So there's a conundrum, because we have a budgeted public information officer position.
Right.
But then we have not the public information officer doing the public information officer job.
Right.
So you got any suggestions on that?
I don't understand why Matt is not being compensated for the additional work. But only being in this seat for a week and a half.
Yeah, I don't.
It's your fault, is what you're saying.
I'm going to agree. We were going to pay a company.
Y'all are opening up a Pandora's box with that. I'm
Yeah.
just going to let you know that right now. And Matt, that's not a slam against you. Please don't take it that way. But that's a broad statement. And I just was going to ask you for $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 to write a bid package, but I'm going to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of that.
So this is like something that
I'm going to make a
city
recommendation that we hired an interim city
I think
manager.
we should leave this up to the interim city manager.
It's 10:45 at night.
Yep.
Which is fine. I just wanted to clear the air and bring it up.
Okay.
Silver Lake Park cleanup went great. We had that a couple weeks ago. We'll probably do one more. Bill's maintenance team did a fabulous job of trimming palms. The place looks like it's got its teeth brushed. It looks fabulous. So super happy. Go ahead.
We do have a crew set up to do A1A and 100.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
It's going to be done after Bike Week.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Okay. And then lastly, I just want to thank the Women's Club for hosting candidates night. We had 80 people show, and it was really, really good. A lot of good questions were asked, and I appreciate everybody up here on the dais that attended.
It's good. Okay, I'm going to skip a lot of what I was going to talk about, but this things are important. I sat through a meeting with the League of Cities about upcoming legislation today, and it was a good thing it was a meeting where they couldn't see me, because I got really angry at one point. I'm not going to go over most of it, but and there are actually one or two good things, maybe. But the things I wanted to bring up that people need to really be aware of. One is, and Drew, I'd like you to look into these if you could, House Bill 627 and Senate Bill 102.
What are they doing?
They start out sounding really good. It's about housing, affordable housing. And they're going to fully fund the Sadowski Fund. The Sadowski Fund, for those who don't know, is money when you do the dock stamps on your real estate. That money goes into the Sadowski Fund to be used for housing for people in need, or just affordable housing. Over the years, the legislature, when they ran into, oh, we don't want to make our budget look terrible, they would always steal money out of the Sadowski Fund. So this year, to make these bills look palatable, they're saying we're going to fully fund the Sadowski Fund. But to make it nicer for developers, if a developer wants to build affordable housing, they can use the height restriction and the density of a building within 1 mile of where they're building. So I ask, because you can type in questions, does that mean our charter just sort of gets ripped up? And the answer was yes. So whatever, that 35-foot height restriction in certain parts of the city could be gone. So that one was not happy with that. Another bill would reduce permitting timeframes, so things may not be quite as safe as they should be. And Drew, that's House Bill 671 and Senate Bill 682. And I said there are others, but these are the ones. Then there's one that it's really going to blow you away.
Jane, if you'll email me your list, I'll make sure, because I track, this time of year, I track as much as I can.
Okay.
So if you'll send me your list, I'll make sure that next time you see me, I'm able to talk to you intelligently about it.
Great. This just happened between 2 and 3 today.
They're getting filed as we speak, so.
Yeah, they said there'll be more. The one good one was about reciprocity, about operators, wastewater and water treatment plants operators. Like if you had a license in Maryland and you moved here, you don't have to go to school again. And so that was one good one. So this was my real favorite. We will not be allowed to have our own garbage department.
Well, only for commercial. You can have, what I read on it, because I sent that out the other day, and what my interpretation of that is that for commercial and multifamily, you could not hold them to only getting service from us as a municipal service, that they would be allowed to go out and hire someone else, much like Publix does for the big dumpsters. Okay, well, that's not the way, I hope you're right, but that's not the way the league is. Okay.
Penny sent it to me, I read it, and Penny
Okay.
saw that one.
That's Senate
Unless
Bill.
there's a different bill that somebody else filed that does something different.
All right, Senate Bill 798. That's what it was. And remember last year there was a bill about we have to do a business impact on every ordinance we pass. It went down last year, but it's back again.
Hudson.
Huh? Yeah. So that's Senate Bill 170.
Develop.
And they're talking about short-term rentals again, but we're still grandfathered, so we're good. We may have to do Form 6 that the county has to do now, like that Form 1 that we just say, these are our bank accounts, and we might have to do the very detailed one. And another of my favorites is the reduction of, now you can't raise property taxes more than 3% on homesteaded properties, and they want to lower it to 2%.
Interesting.
So of course the public, it's a constitutional amendment. Of course the public will vote for it. But what it does is it moves the onus of paying for things to the non-homesteaded and the businesses. So the rest doesn't matter.
All right, you're up, Ken.
To Penny's point, that is where it's headed, and just I want to piggyback on what the mayor said earlier, is that elections are important, and if you are not already talking to your constituents and telling them that they need to start paying attention to who they're sending to Tallahassee, and they need to start asking, what is your attitude towards home rule, because it is being taken away, and it impacts these people more. I mean, this city and every city, the people who sell here is who impacts it the most, because the more local the form of government, the more control you have in how your government operates, and it is being taken away, absolutely.
And it's interesting, I know we're governing by anger all across the country now. The League of Cities is doing this home rule push. I forget now what the name of the program is. I had Scott Dudley came here and talked to the Citizens Academy about it. And every day on Facebook, they have something about it. And the comments that people write, this is a right-wing blah, 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 or, which party is supporting this? It's the League of Cities that, is trying to keep home rule for the cities. And the comments are incredible. I'm done.
It's almost 11.
I know.
I guess that's my cue not to say anything.
Jane took it all.
All right, I'll
I thought
spare
that stuff
you.
was important for people to.
I'll spare you. I guess I do have one meeting I can attend. Penny told me one more.
Yeah, you have to be.
I'll be here in shorts and tennis shoes.
As long as you bring fish with you. Just bring fish with you.
But anyway, this week coming up, I will be attending the Florida was a recycling conference down in Orlando with Rob, and we're going to see if we can bring back some more good stuff as far as recycling.
Good.
That'll be my last great act to contribute to the city. And with that, I will say, do I have a motion to adjourn? Oh, shucks. Scott Spradley, don't you dare get up. Okay.
What I'm going to say.
Public comment.
Scott Spradley, Yorkshire Drive. What I was going to say was thank you for your service, Ken.
You're not welcome.
Yeah. But seriously, I appreciate your service and your leadership the past year. And I've enjoyed our conversations over time. And you misspoke. You said you're almost done contributing to the city. You're not almost done contributing to the city.
I'm never done.
Right. But thanks again. I appreciate it.
I mean, and I'll make a statement when I leave in 2 weeks, but I mean, I will stay engaged to some degree as much as I can,
Well,
and I promise you will not see me in here every meeting. I can promise you that right now.
I spoke with Gail Wadsworth today, and she and
That's where it went.
She and I both agreed that if you make any moves towards getting away from the Centennial Committee, then we're coming after you, because you recruited us to come onto it.
I know. That's why I was recruiting people to take it over. Okay. Done.
30-minute speech, is that okay?
You can be here by yourself.
No, Ken, I'm going to be in Hawaii, so I won't be here for the side die. I wanted to thank you for everything that you've done for the city. Had a very positive influence, and we certainly appreciate it.
Thank you, Don.
We're going to miss you. Other thing I wanted to mention, I wanted to thank each of the commissioners and the mayor. Whenever on those sleepless nights, I'll tune in to the YouTube channel, watch Flight of Beach, and I hear so much criticism and most, if not all of it, is unfounded. And I just wanted to thank each of you for what you do.
Thank you,
If you
Don.
take all the hours you put in to do this job, you're making probably less than minimum wage.
Thank you, Don, that's very nice.
So thank you.
And he
Thanks,
stayed up
Don.
2 hours past his bedtime to say that.
Anyone else for public comment? Bob? Okay. Okay, we'll bring it back for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
We are adjourned.
Don't make a habit of disagreements.
Yeah, exactly. Don't make it